and I don't know if she's having technical problems or if she's just not available, but we probably ought to get started anyway so that we don't, delay. And so if she joins us along the way, Isabel, if you would, please alert me to that effect. And we'll see how she fits into the landscape as we proceed through the agenda here this evening. And so with all of that, I would like to call to order at 5:39 p.m. the Tuesday, March 30th, 2021 meeting of the Planning Board. For everyone who's present at this meeting this evening, I'd like to acknowledge Planning Board members that are present. My name is Don Gerard, Planning Board member. Also joining us as Planning Board members, Peter Skontris, Matt Provenkel, Jeff Brochu, and Sean Nicholas. Alyssa Boutot is excused this evening from this meeting. And Joyce Leary Clark is another Planning Board member. We're waiting to see if she will join us along the line as we proceed this evening. Also with us are Bob Hamblin, the city planner, and Isabel Exley, our most qualified, most very capable planning and economic development associate who always helps us through these meetings. And Isabel, thank you so much for your presence every meeting, and what you do for us. I really appreciate it. I also see online here too that we probably have Joe Laveria with us this evening, Public Works City Engineer, who might help us through some questions or comments we might have on some of the applications that are before us this evening. Also joining us this evening, and I don't want to neglect to acknowledge her, is Jody McPhail, our City Council liaison from Ward 6. And thank you, Jody, for joining us this evening. And with that, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, and that's the minutes of the previous meetings of March 2nd, March 9th, and March 16th, 2021. As those minutes have been presented to us, any members of the Planning Board have any comments or questions relative to the minutes? I have one comment, Bob, relative to the minutes, if I may. Sure. The minutes, as they're written for the meeting of the 16th of March, I'm looking at right at the head of the minutes, who was in attendance. And the minutes indicate that there were only 3 people in attendance, myself and Alyssa and Jeff. I believe, I know that Peter was missing that evening on the 16th. And I think Joyce was also missing that evening, or may not have been missing that evening, I'm not sure. But anyway, the minutes don't reflect whether or not Matt was attending and Joyce was attending and Sean was attending that evening. And I think there may be an error in the minutes there. On the surface, those minutes that night would indicate there were only 3 Planning Board members present, and that wouldn't even constitute a quorum for us to move ahead. And so there has to be a correction there somewhere. And I do believe, unless Planning Board members can indicate otherwise, I think Matt was there, and I think Joyce was there, and I also think Sean was there that evening. So that may have to be corrected.
Mr. Chair, this is Sean. I was not present on the 16th. I can't speak for the others.
You were not present. Okay, thank you, Sean.
Okay, so at a minimum, we will add Matt and Joyce.
I believe so, Bob. I believe they were there. I didn't recall, thank you, Sean. I didn't recall that you were absent that meeting, but that obviously was the case because you've indicated that. So anyway, I want to make sure those minutes are indicating at least there were 4 members present so that we constitute a quorum and we moved ahead, with what we had on the agenda that evening. Any other comments or questions, members of the board, relative to the minutes that have been presented? Then I'll be looking for a motion to accept the minutes as presented.
So moved.
Peter makes the motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, Matt here. I will second.
Thank you, Matt. Is there a discussion? By saying there is none, I'll poll members of the board. Peter,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Joyce. Joyce is not here. I'm sorry. I'll skip Joyce. Jeff,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes, for the meetings I attended, Mr. Chair. I can't confirm the one I was not there for.
thank you, Sean. And the chair will vote yes. So the record will indicate the vote is 5-0 to accept the minutes as presented. All right, before we move on, and I apologize to applicants who are waiting in line here this evening, for our actions to take up on their applications. Bob has indicated, and I think this is an important action that we need to take. The staff and counsel for staff has prepared notice of decision, findings of fact, and conclusions of law for our action on the Flatley application for master plan development. It's important schedule-wise, and I'm taking this out of context or out of order, if you will, in the agenda, that we should take some action on this evening as a planning board to accept this proposed notice of decision, findings of fact, and conclusions of law, so that we can get that action done in accordance with the requirement that we do this within a 30-day window of the close of the decision that we made. And so with that, I'm looking to have planning board members, knowing that they've received this proposed notice of decision, findings of fact, and conclusions of law in their email, and knowing that you've had time to review them. If you have any comments or questions at this point relative to the proposed draft. Any members of the board?
Mr. Chair, Matt here.
Yeah, Matt.
I received the memo and had a chance to review, and I don't have any additional comments at this time.
Thank you, Matt. Only poll members of the board. Peter, any comments, questions relative to the proposal?
I did have a question, but I've been thinking about it all day, and I think it's resolved. It was about the traffic situation, and thinking back on it, I think the particular question I was concerned about was answered by them, but not the question that prompted me to make the motion or stress that the traffic plan was not satisfactory, incomplete. So I don't have anything else, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Peter. Jeff, how about you? Any comments, questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I did have one with regards to the traffic. And I'm not sure, my notes had indicated that there were going to be 2 intersections that would drop below the service level F. And the findings show that they would drop below the service level D. I just wasn't sure if that was a discrepancy on my part, or in the proposed draft not being as significant, a lacking service intersections than we had originally discussed.
Jeff, could you, if I may ask you, could you refer to a page and paragraph on the proposed?
Well, unfortunately, I don't see a page. So the paragraph starts with section 230-416 F5D. And it goes on to state that the master plan demonstrates that the street system can accommodate the traffic that will be generated by the development or improvements that can be reasonably made to accommodate the traffic. And the last, or the second to the last, the third to the last sentence says that that the traffic analysis does not address Garfield Street, and because there are intersections noted on the traffic study which would drop below a level of service D. And then Joyce Leary Clark had seconded. I just for some reason had that it was going to drop below a level of service F, as in Frank.
Okay, Jeff, I would say so noted. I have nothing at my fingertips that can allow me to provide an answer tonight, but Isabel and I will take a look at that tomorrow and correct as needed, and we'll advise the board as to our finding and what we find necessary to do.
Mr. Chair, Matt here.
Hang on, Matt. To the heart of the matter, Jeff, does the difference between the level of service D and F inhibit you in some way in supporting what we've got written or what we've got proposed, if it's corrected, as you indicated, if it needs to be corrected, as you indicated?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair, but absolutely not. I would be in full support of this. I believe this is the appropriate method of going through and documenting our findings and what we've drawn as conclusions of law. So I'm very much in support of this process. I just, being detail oriented, if it was truly supposed to be an F, I would like that to be incorporated, but it would not inhibit me from supporting it.
Thank you, Jeff. Matt, to you. You had comments.
Yeah, I think I read that and I understand that wording being particular because the standards of review are the requirement is below a D. So Jeff, I believe you're correct that the service was F or lower, but I believe the standards of review were a D or lower. So I believe that's why it's written as a D.
All right, thank you, Matt.
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff.
Hang on a minute, Jeff. Joyce, thank you for joining us. I see that you're on screen now. We're at the point where I've interrupted the agenda and we're talking about adopting, as you've obviously received and reviewed, the proposed notice of decision and findings of fact and conclusions of law associated with the Flatley decision that we rendered on the 2nd of March. And so that's where we're at right now.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you
Sorry
for
I couldn't
joining us.
log on sooner. We have a new router.
Okay, that's what, yeah, technical problems arise. They always do. Matt, what was it? No, I'm sorry, Jeff, back to you. You had additional,
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking through my notes and maybe this will help Mr. Hamlin. I believe that if we look in the packet from the February 16th meeting, page in our packet, page 184, it says North Street and Franklin Street's kind of the title. It says under all conditions, the North Street westbound left turn movement operates at a level of service B, and the Franklin Street northbound movement operate at a level of service F during the weekday morning and weekday evening peak hours. And this was the important piece, is the operating conditions level of service F are a direct result of a large volume of conflicting traffic along Route 112, depending on the project, and are typical of operating conditions for side streets and driveways at unsingleized locations with similar traffic. But I believe that's the area that we were talking about. And if you skip down 2 paragraphs for the North Street and Tasker, it mentions again that they will be falling below the level of service of F. So it looks like I said, the February 16th packet, pages 183 through 186 are the areas that would be referenced to make that correction of falling below a level of service F.
Okay, great. Thank you. We'll take a look.
thank you, Jeff. Anyone else have any comments? Then what I'm looking for here, board members, is a motion to accept the notice of decision, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as presented to us, but as may be further modified, as Jeff has indicated, relative to the traffic conclusions that were reached. Can I have a motion to accept what's been presented?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move that the Saco Planning Board accepts the findings of fact and explanations presented to us this evening, March 30th, 2021, regarding the John Flatley Company Master Plan Development on Lincoln Street.
Thank you, Peter. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, Matt here. I would second.
Matt seconds. Thank you, Matt. Discussion of the motion. Jeff?
Just, I don't know if we've got our counsel, would that be acceptable, or should it be, a motion to approve the proposed notice of decision and findings of facts and conclusion of law, because that's essentially what we are doing. So if
That's,
maybe
yeah,
Mr. Chair could, Mr. Scontris would
yes. I would include that in the motion as well. That's what I was trying to think of that, Jeff. During the motion, I couldn't get it. Thank you.
So that was the implicit intent of your motion, Peter. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so that specific wording could be added if the second will amend.
All right. Are you amending your motion to that effect?
Yes, please.
Matt, are you still good with your second on that?
I would be okay with that amendment.
Thank you, Matt. Further discussion of the motion.
Mr. Chair, this is Sean. I just want a point of clarification. We are including the note that Jeff called out as well with this motion that will update the verbiage regarding the traffic information.
Yeah, I think if my call for a motion, I think implied that, Sean.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that's what Peter was motioning. I just want to be on the same page.
We can amend the motion again to include Jeff's concerns on traffic as pointed out by him.
Thank you.
Okay, if you choose to do that, Peter, you're amending your motion. Matt, are you
Yes.
okay with the amendment?
That's acceptable.
Thank you, Matt. Further discussion. Again, what I would like to do, Bob, as this moves forward, and just to inform board members, the intent here is I will sign this as chair of the board tonight, and Bob will pick it up tomorrow morning from me as the approved notice of decision, findings of fact, and conclusions of law by the planning board in this particular matter. All right. We are doing this in order to be timely in our conclusion, in our conclusion of this required action by us as a result of our decision. And so in that regard, Bob, I think what we need to do is on the cover sheet, I've already indicated to you a couple of typos that
Yes.
were in there that were minor, and believe me, planning board members, they have nothing to do with any of the intent or content really of what you've looked at so far. Just a couple of minor typos. The only other thing I would suggest is in the title of this thing, Bob, the word proposed obviously be removed from tomorrow's signed copy that I will present to you, because it is no longer a proposed notice of decision, findings of fact, and conclusions of law. It is in fact the board's final notice of decision. And so the word proposed needs to be removed from the title on the first page.
Agreed.
Just a minor comment, but I think as this moves forward, we need to do that. All right. In that regard, then, the motion before us, if there's no further discussion, is to accept what's been proposed as the notice of decision, findings of fact, and conclusions of law, with the amendments proposed by Jeff, as acknowledged by Peter in his motion with respect to the traffic levels of service. If there's no further comment by members of the planning board, I'll poll the board. Motion is to accept as presented with the amendments. Peter,
Yes,
Matt,
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Jeff,
yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Record will indicate the vote is 6-0. All right. Thank you so much for allowing me to dispense with that this evening, members of the board. And so with that, we move on to the next item we have on our agenda, and that is public hearing on the application of Saco Island East for site plan and preliminary subdivision review of a proposed development consisting of 12 duplexes, 24 units total, on Saco Island East. The applicant is Saco Island Ventures, LLC. Property is zoned B4 and Saco River overlay. And our goal this evening, obviously, is to make a finding on the application completeness, to hold a public hearing, and to review the plan based on the subdivision regulations and Article 11 site plan review of the zoning ordinance. Bob, are there any additional pieces of information that you need to impart on the board aside from what's already been presented to us by your memo and additional application materials?
Nothing new, Mr. Chairman.
All right. With that, we have several issues to deal with. First of all is a waiver request from the applicant relative to section 230-1104A16 of the zoning ordinance. And secondly, another waiver attempt or waiver application, excuse me, for section 230-805 of the zoning ordinance. Having acted, we'll act on those first, and having dispensed with those, following that, make a determination of whether or not the application for subdivision is complete and whether or not the application for site plan is complete. And so with that, we should take up the first issue, which is the waiver application relative to section 230-1104A16 of the zoning ordinance. Bob, is there anything you wish to, is there any guidance you wish to give the board on this particular, item?
Mr. Chairman, I would say only that I thought the point that the applicant made in the submitted materials was a reasonable one. Perhaps in the place of, to some extent, of a hydrogeological assessment, they have made a point that they've had a geotechnical firm on the island, that a series of borings have been performed, and that, of course, would identify materials initially, and then it would be drilled down to refusal, assumedly, if they hit water. Likewise, that would be reported. The point was also made that, and I think this is true of the planning board's own experience. I can't think of a time when a given project that was serviced by public sewer and water was subjected to a hydrogeologic assessment. And certainly this property will be served by both. So I think staff, at least from this planner's point of view, would have no argument with the board choosing to waive that item. And then the second one, as far as the stormwater standard, certainly that is Joe Laverrier's bailiwick. So if the board's curious on that particular issue, I would suggest you ask Joe where he's coming from on that. I did that within the past week. I think I've indicated in my memo, and Joe mercifully gave me the short answer and said, yes, he would be supportive of that waiver as well.
That's 230-805 relative to, is that right, Bob?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, from the applicant, who's representing the applicant this evening?
There are a couple of folks here. Steve Bushy is the engineer on the project, and I will just promote him quickly.
Good evening to the board.
Hey, Steve.
Hi there.
Mr. Bushy, anything in addition in support of the waiver applications at this point?
Not in terms of the waivers. I do hope to have an opportunity here to give you a short presentation. I've got a couple of things that I would like to go over, but it sounds like you're considering the waivers at this point in time. Bob has done a good job in explaining those. Public water and sewer basically preclude the big need for the hydrogeo study. And then on the flooding standard piece, since our property is basically adjacent to tidal conditions of the Saco River, the flooding standards would typically not be required. I know the city engineer has made comments in regards to pipe sizing pieces and so forth, but those are less related to the flooding standard per se, as they are to just design practice as to sizing pipes and that sort of thing in our development.
Thank you, Mr. Bushy. Members of the board, probably what we ought to do is take one waiver request at a time. Looking for a motion to, let's say, approve the waiver, and then we can get into discussion if any of you have questions or comments. So I would, I'd request that the first thing we do is have a motion to grant the first waiver that's requested.
Mr. Chair, this is Joyce. I
Yes.
move that the board grant a waiver of submission requirement, section 230-1104A16, as the project is of such a nature as to make the information unnecessary.
Thank you, Joyce. Is there a second to that motion?
Mr. Chair, Matt here.
Yes,
I would second.
Matt seconds the motion. Thank you, Matt. Discussion by members of the board.
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff.
Yes, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm wondering, I guess, I'm trying to work through this as, you know, as a reasonable person would, and most of the time when we've applied this, and most of the verbiage in this section 230-1104-16 is kind of referencing, yes, it would be supplied by city water, city sewer. But some of the data that would be produced, particularly in 1104A16B4, says that data on existing groundwater quality from the test wells in the project or from existing wells on neighboring property. And I'm just noticing that, you know, there are two test pits that they did, test pit 12 and test pit 13, which had limiting or had water at 48 inches. And then 13 was actually at 3 feet 5 inches with a heavy water inflow. And, you know, listening to their attorney, Mr. Weinstein, I guess had quite a narrative, and this property has been of industrial use for so long. Isn't a reasonable thing to consider that the hydraulic or the hydrologic assessment is so much for the water quality of what the occupants may be consuming, but what may be released from the site work into essentially the watershed of the Saco River if there were to be any industrial contaminants in that soil. It does seem like there's a large mix of different types of materials that they ran into in their test pits and whatnot. And that's kind of where I am on this is it, you know, just a sense of reasonable caution to be taking some water samples, quality samples, to be looking for some industrial contaminants, which may be inadvertently released during the site work, which I think kind of goes hand in hand with the second waiver, because they're in that or abutting that river. They do not do any sort of storm runoff management or pre-treatment, it sounds like. And so that's kind of where my thought is right now, and trying to bring the board to look at it in that regard as a reasonable person. And could we have Mr. Leverrier kind of weigh in if that would be, you know, totally out of line with what this requirement is? I mean, we're looking at maintaining water quality And if we essentially had heavy metals or heavy something that would be leaching out of the site into the river, to me, that's a water quality issue and would still meet the intent of this article. So, maybe the applicant and Joe Laveria could give some reference to this, or maybe it's off base that there would be no way that there would be any leaching because of construction best management practices. Those are just some of my thoughts at this point. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, Peter?
Yeah, Peter?
I have the same concerns that Jeff did. I know what was on that property previously, and I have pictures of it if you'd like to see it. From the coal docks to storing oil barrels to all kinds of industrial activities. And while it's true that digging a test pit to try to find where the water level is may be irrelevant in terms of the effect that the finding may have on drinkable water, because they're hooked up to a public sewer system, public water system, and a public sewage system, doesn't negate the fact of what's in the ground now. I remember many years ago in the mid 90s, I was on an ad hoc committee and we were studying that. And they did a study of the sandbar that's there right off this. And because of the infiltration by the Saco tannery, we were told that the sandbar consists mostly of sawdust, some sand, and chromium, a lot of chromium. And that's a really big concern for me. And I know that in the very early stages, the tannery was dumping on that site. Now, it may have been washed out. It may not be any traces of it, but I know from firsthand experience, they were dumping on that site. And that concerns me. And I may be wrong, I may have misread it, but I don't see anything in what was presented that addresses those kinds of issues. So I agree with Jeff. The other thing is, as far as surface water coming off, it's going into the Saco River, and Saco River Corridor, I assume, will be involved. Anything that goes into the Saco River, as far as I'm concerned, we have to be very cautious of it. I would suggest that we not waive this now, that we ask for a little bit more information specifically, and down the road, if we wish to waive it, I would say fine. But I don't feel comfortable. I don't have the data necessary to determine this. As I said, I may be incorrect. I may have missed it. And if so, please correct me.
All right, thanks, Peter. Any other members of the board?
Mr. Chair, this is Joyce. I
Yeah.
would like to hear Joe Laverriere if he has
Yeah.
some
Yeah.
guidance for us.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure that the planning board members had no concerns before you move to that point. So Joe, turning to you at this point, if you would, give us some advice on this, please.
Yeah, I mean, usually the geohydro is looked at when you're trying to use groundwater, like for a well, that sort of thing. I understand what Jeff's talking about in terms of contamination. I think really where most of that gets covered is really under the construction management plan for that site.
Joe, hang on a minute. You're breaking up something awful. We haven't heard half of what you said. So we got to find a better way we have to find a way to improve this.
Okay, see if this helps if I move. Can you hear me any better now?
Let's try. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. So are you able to hear me now, though?
We are.
Okay. So the geohydro is usually when you're trying to utilize groundwater, like for wells. And again, I understand what Jeff's saying about contamination potential and during construction for soil washing. That's really more gets handled for like a soil management plan like that. You'll notice in some of the comments that I made, usually when sites have contaminated soils such as this, they will go through a VRAP program. And that's where how you handle soils during construction, there will probably have to be some temporary sediment basins to try to control any runoff that they have and try to not have washing that goes to the Saco River, but you're not really going to get that out of a geohydro analysis. With respect to the peak discharge, I mean, Steve's right. I mean, when a property owner basically controls their land, goes directly to the Saco River, typically quantity control is not required. The whole idea of it is that you're not having an adverse impact with increased discharge rates across someone else's property. So if you control it all the way to the Saco River is not a concern for the increase discharge this low down in the watershed. It's not going to affect the peak of what comes down the Saco during a significant rainstorm event. So it's really for them, it's making sure that they have stable outlets to the river. So that's the disadvantage to not controlling the runoff, is that they just need to make sure that without controlling it, that they're able to still get it to the river without causing washout issues along the way. But I mean, that's just an engineering analysis that needs to be done, so. And I can expand more if that didn't help answer your question.
Well, Joe, my sense is from the planning board is that there's also, especially Peter has expressed this, there's also consideration with, what does the existing groundwater impact to the Saco River from conditions that already exist on the property, one. And secondly, is there a potential for those effects to be aggravated by the development on the property? Those might be two, particular aspects, and I'm not sure they're related, at least I understand, to the application for waiver on 230-1104A16, but are they more specifically related to the application for the waiver on 230-805 of the ordinance? And so we're interested in hearing what your thoughts are on that, I think.
Well, but again, 805 is the quantity discharge. Right?
Well, where do we deal with the quality discharge from the
So
site?
quality is still, so stormwater quality control is still being done. So the proposed plan for Saco Island East still has treatment measures in place for stormwater, for surface waters. They're just not detaining to pre-development levels.
Okay,
Groundwater is not, again, this is talking about, so the stormwater treatment measures are for precipitation events, surface rainfall, runoff. So we are still doing quantity or quality control. We're not doing quantity control on this project.
okay. So board members, let's take them one at a time. Let's go back to 230-1104A16, having to do with, as Joe has indicated, the condition of groundwater that would affect the usability, if you will, of groundwater for consumption purposes on the property. Is it feasible? Is it plausible that the waiver of that requirement is appropriate in that particular context?
Could I, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, you go ahead, Peter.
may I ask Joe what he meant by this far down the river, it's not significant?
Yeah, so usually, Peter, when you think about the Saco River watershed, when we talk about, large rainfall events, it has to do with the timing of when the peak discharge from this site would be with respect to when the rest of the watershed really kind of activates or kicks in. So the upper reaches of the watershed, there's just a lag in terms of when they get to the lower reaches of the watershed. So it's pretty common practice that if you're on the lower ends of the watershed and you have direct discharge to the Saco River, that controlling your peak discharge, it just doesn't align with the peak of the larger watershed. Has to do with just how the timing of it is. If you, again, everything that we do on stormwater is a statistical analysis. So it's a 24-hour rainfall event. And the idea is it hits throughout the entire watershed at the same time. We all know the reality of it isn't always that way, but on larger storm events, we'll see, heavy rain may happen here in Saco, say on Tuesday, but we don't see the Saco River rise until Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday from the upper reaches of the watershed that are being activated then from that same rainfall event that we got on Tuesday.
But back to the issue with respect to this waiver, if we can. What stands in our determination that the waiver is appropriate with respect to the geologic determination of whether or not groundwater is a problem, as I understand it, for consumption by occupants of the property. And so if there's no, if there's no specific relationship between the quality of the groundwater or the stormwater runoff on the property to the consumption by occupants of the property, is it appropriate to waive that requirement with respect to that situation? I mean, the motion has been made by Joyce and seconded by Matt to find that the waiver is appropriate. Is there anything that stands in the way of the board agreeing, with that motion? In that respect, recognizing full well, planning board members, that you may have concerns down the line, with what groundwater existing on the site, number one, does to the river, and secondly, what the runoff from the project will do to the river. Understanding that, but backing up, if you will, to this particular standard, is it appropriate to approve the waiver? Jeff?
I guess my question would come in, and maybe we could refer again to Mr. Leverrier, is that, a little bit further in at 230-1106 for our approval criteria, it talks about water quality under R being surface water, that the project will not discharge any water pollutants which affect the state classifications of any water body. There's a state statute reference there. So I guess my question is I understand that the waiver that we're looking at is looking for the groundwater on the site, and if it were to be for consumption. But at what point do we get or request any data for concerns about possible leaching and runoff in stormwater, as well as what may be degassing, if there's anything there? I mean, I guess at what point do we know if the site has any hazardous conditions that could be difficult for occupants? I seem to recall the opposite side of the river 15, 20 years ago, where there's residential housing now. I think CMP had some sort of a plant there, and they had to do an abatement after the fact because of hazardous conditions within the ground. And I guess that's my only question, just given the industrial nature of this site overall, at what point is there any testing or sampling done so that we as a board feel that it's, safe for occupants as far as runoff and as far as air and water quality, because those do become part of our approval criteria in 230-1106. I just don't know when that testing takes place. Is it appropriate to waive this because it's strictly for potable water consumption? Or is this a good starting point to be testing for more involved items?
Bob, you got your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't, this may be neither here nor there, but I would remind the board that Don and myself, I think Joe lived through the 2007 review of a larger project on this side of the island and also on the other side. Back in 2007, there were 30 condominium units that were proposed here. That project was approved by the Saco Planning Board, by the Maine DEP, and by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So I would suggest that 13 years ago, that standard was met. And certainly those with greater technical capacity than myself found that siting and constructing 30 residential units on the site in question was acceptable.
Jeff, if I may, just to re-summarize, or just to summarize again what I was saying before, I share with you, and I think with Peter and other members of the board too, possibly the concerns with what existing groundwater conditions will do, and what new stormwater runoff conditions will do to the river. Okay, but I hearken back to this particular standard is related to whether or not the hydrogeologic assessment is required with respect to, the use of groundwater for consumption purposes by occupants of the property. And therefore, I would suggest to you that a waiver of that assessment for that purpose is appropriate at this particular point. And in no way, shape, or form, I think, does that relieve the applicant or bypass the board's concerns with all the things that you've talked about with respect to what other effects are there. Okay. And so what I would like to do is maybe, not attempting to take too narrow an approach, but really simply to concentrate on that particular requirement of the ordinance, and once again focus on whether or not a waiver is appropriate with respect to what the intent of that requirement is. Anyone else? Mr. Bushy, you had your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So maybe just to help bring a little clarity and background here, because I understand the members' concerns. So just to give a sense of scale and what has happened over the course of time, Bob mentioned the earlier approvals back in the 06, 07, 09, or 08, 09 timeframes. At that time, there was some amount of environmental work that was done assessing site conditions on the property, the entire island, but including the 5.5 acres here. So there was some environmental work that was done. One of the bigger pieces that was discovered was that there's coal ash, which is not uncommon. And I think as Mr. Skontras mentioned, the historic activity on that piece of property included movement of coal and so forth. So there's some coal ash on the property, but that's not necessarily largely uncommon. The DEP's been made aware of the site conditions. And in fact, one of the things that they had done for a previous landowner back in that 06, 07 timeframe was work through, and that landowner was looking to work through the state's so-called VRAP program, Voluntary Remedial Program. It's specifically geared for these types of properties that have past historical use that might have introduced things that, for lack of a better term, contaminants to the soils and so forth. The state had evaluated what the findings were of those reports, and in fact had said if the owner was looking to participate in the VRAP program, they had issued a no action assurance letter. That got a certain distance, but it didn't go all the way, and that work wasn't actually done then to satisfy the VRAP plan in terms of addressing the on-site contaminants. The current owner is been made aware of all of those conditions, and like the previous owner, is looking to pursue the VRAP and participating in that program. It's a program administered by the DEP, and as a landowner, you have that ability to provide them the information, and within the context of various pieces, a soil management plan, as an example, and the like, you as a participant, if you complete all of the necessary actions that the DEP says need to be done, they will over time grant you liability protection long-term. So the owner is looking to do that, and I'll sum it up very simply. It mostly involves simply covering up that site. These sorts of sites, the key piece is build something over the top of them so things don't move around. Coal ash in particular is one of those things that's pretty inert. Typically, what's related to the bad part of coal ash is metals. And, but the good part is that it doesn't get transported through groundwater otherwise. It's stuck to the soil. And by covering up that soil, which is largely what we're going to be looking to do, and that'll be the hopefully successful part of what we're trying to achieve with the development. So that's on the environmental side, and it's somewhat related to your first waiver or our first waiver request on the hydrogeo study and needing to do any work with that. So maybe that'll allay a little bit of your thoughts and concerns about that. The second piece, which I've kind of heard the discussion about with respect to the stormwater management, surface waters, we're talking about simply the waiver to need to store water for a period of time, detention, which is probably a term you folks have heard in the past. We have to meet the water quality standards regardless, and we will be doing that, and I'll be showing that to you in a moment as we go through the site design. Water quality is still the key piece here. As Joe reflected here, we're very low in the watershed, but perhaps as important to that is that we're actually discharging to tidal conditions. So, you know, high tide, low tide, we can't change any of that, but typically in tidal conditions, flood control is certainly less of a concern, and we don't have any downstream properties between us and that water. So as Joe said, the water quality aspect is the key piece for a waiver for that, only the flood standard piece. So hopefully that gives you a little bit more insight and a little bit of background there and help your discussion here. And happy enough to work through or show you our presentation if you want to come back to these waiver items. Wasn't sure how you wanted to play out the presentation piece of this and so forth. And if you feel that you'd like to continue to mull it over, we can certainly get into our presentation and then go from there.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Bushy. I think we still need, to focus right now on the waiver requests, that we're dealing with. We've got a motion on the floor. It's been seconded and we're under discussion. Do any board members have any additional discussion of the motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Peter.
I don't think I understand the project well enough. I think having Mr. Bushy go through that discussion and presentation would give me a better feel for the project. I may feel more comfortable in terms of runoff and all the rest of it. I do feel uncomfortable with just covering up the coal ash and whatever metals are in that or may exist there. And I'd like to know where on the property that is and how are they going to mitigate it? Are they going to mitigate it to the extent of putting a house on it or just putting lawn on it? One would preclude surface runoff. The other one may not. I'd like to know more about the project. So I would ask, in the interest of prudence, that we not vote on this at this time. I think the questions that we asked are basic. I do understand what Mr. Bushy said, and it was really helpful to understand that the BPAC or the BRAP process is available, and that this particular owner is willing to go through all that. I think that's wonderful, and I'd like to see the project to fruition. But we've got to dot the I's and cross the T's on this, because it is in an area that's a little bit touchy in the city for various reasons. So I'd like to suggest that to my colleagues. Let's take our time and let's just put this vote off until we get more information as to what the project entails before we say it won't cause a problem, surface water won't cause a problem. The other thing that concerns me is it's kind of silly in a way, because who's going to drink surface water, whether it's potable or not potable? I know kids will be outside and they'll probably be playing in it, mud puddles and all the rest of it. But I don't know. It's a little odd. It's a little awkward for me. Yeah, so I'd say, Don, that you were correct in the fact that how's it going to affect surface water? But as far as to what Mr. Bushy alluded to, the coal ash, possible chromium, covering it up, maybe you can tell us on the site where it is and how they intend to cover it up. So we'll know definitely that it's not going to affect the stormwater or the groundwater.
Well, once again, Peter, if I may, harken back to the standard that we're dealing with right now, with the waiver. The waiver request relates to a hydrogeologic assessment relative to whether or not, it's appropriate to pull water from the ground for consumption purposes. That's the waiver that we're dealing with right now. And I say this again, I'm repeating myself. This is not to demean or to minimize the planning board's concerns overall with what effect existing groundwater emanating from the site will have and how that may be disturbed or aggravated, nor does it disregard the planning board's concerns with what stormwater runoff from impervious surfaces will do to the river or the site. It's not to demean or to set aside any of that. Once again, we're concentrating on this particular motion has to do with the pulling of water from the ground to consume. And what the issue is before us is whether or not that assessment is required in this particular situation. We've heard that the consumption of water is going to be through, main waters offsite or, drinking water supply system. And so, once again, I call you back to the consideration of whether or not this waiver is appropriate in relation, to those facts, that situation. Not to demean, not to set aside that we can't have further discussion about existing groundwater. And I'm repeating myself, what existing groundwater leaching out will do, to the site and to the river, and not to demean or to set aside what additional concerns might be with stormwater runoff from the site, going into the river. Those are all concerns that can be explored down the road. But let's harken back to what this particular waiver and standard is all about. Anyone else? All right, and I'll poll members of the board on the waiver. Again, the motion was made by Joyce and seconded by Matt to grant the waiver to section 230, 1104A16. I'll poll members of the board. Peter,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I'll come back to you, Peter, okay? You want a few minutes? I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
All right, Joyce,
Yes.
Jeff,
No.
Sean,
Yes.
chair votes yes. Back to you, Peter.
I would vote yes, Mr. Chair. Matt here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Matt. I skipped over you. I'm sorry.
That's all.
Thank you, Matt. Peter, back to you.
I think I'm going to vote no, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Peter. So the record will indicate the vote is 4-2. Motion or the waiver is granted. Okay, second issue we need to deal with is the waiver requested in relation to section 230-805 of the ordinance.
Mr. Chair, this is Joyce.
Yeah,
I
Joyce.
move that the board grant a waiver of stormwater standard section 230-805 as the project is of such a nature as to make the information unnecessary.
Thank you, Joyce. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, this is Sean. I'll second.
Thank you, Sean. Discussion by members of the board. Anyone? If there's no discussion, then I'll poll members of the board relative to the motion. Again, the motion is to grant the waiver as requested. Matt,
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Peter,
No,
Jeff,
No.
Sean.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Rec will indicate the vote is 4-2. Waiver is granted. All right. At this point, if no one has anything further, might be appropriate to open and close the public hearing. Oh, wait, no. I think, given that the two, I'm sorry, I have to back up. Given that the waivers have been dispensed with, I think what our next appropriate motion is to have a motion to find the application complete for subdivision, and subsequent to that, have another motion for determination that the application is complete for site plan. And so could I have a motion for finding the application complete for subdivision?
Mr. Chair, this is Joyce. I
Yep.
move to find the application for preliminary subdivision review complete.
Thank you, Joyce. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, Matt here.
Yeah, Matt.
I would
Is that a second,
second.
Matt?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah, thank you. Discussion by members of the board.
Mr. Chair, Peter,
Yep, Peter.
do we, have all the boxes been checked? On what basis was that motion made?
Joyce, yeah,
Yeah, I mean, the notes in the file starting on page 26, the checklist in terms of submissions fulfilled or waivers requested. There are a couple of items such as setbacks that, as you know, aren't necessarily required on Saco Island, so we're going to determine those. Otherwise, it looks like all the checkboxes have been addressed through the submission.
Peter, does that answer your question? Are you okay with that?
Did I miss a stormwater facilities management plan? Did I miss calculations demonstrating the proposed stormwater treatment facilities will meet the standards of section 805-2?
If I may answer, evidently you did, Peter. Those have been submitted.
I want to make sure because okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Is any other discussion of the motion? Then I'll poll members of the board. Again, the motion is to accept the application for subdivision as being complete. I'll poll members of the board. Sean,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Peter.
Yes,
Chair votes yes. Rec will indicate the vote is 6-0 in favor of that finding. Is there anything standing in the way of a motion to find the application complete for site plan review?
Mr. Chair, this is Joyce. I move to find the application for site plan review complete.
Thank you, Joyce. Is there a second?
Chair, this is Jeff. I will second.
Jeff seconds. Thank you, Jeff. Discussion by members of the board. I'll poll members of the board. Joyce,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Peter,
yes,
Sean,
Yes.
chair votes yes. Record will indicate the vote is 6-0. All right, members of the board, at this point, if you'd like additional information from the applicant or whatever, that's fine. But I think probably our next step, logical step might be to open the public hearing and see if there's any members of the general public that have any comments.
Mr. Chair, this is Joyce. I would like to hear if the applicant has any additional information or clarification to the materials that were presented before this evening, which might facilitate any public discussion.
Perfectly appropriate. Thank you, Joyce. Mr. Bushy, anything additional you'd like to add?
Well, I do have a short presentation that might prove of great value. It's got some history to it and some background to it. And then our plans to look at that on screen, perhaps. That seems like that would have some merit. It's twofold. I have a 2.5-minute video and then 14 or 15 slides that I should be able to go through in less than 10 minutes, I would expect. But I think that might be of value if the board could indulge me.
Sure. Okay, let's do that.
So I'll need to share screen, Isabel.
You should be all set to do so. I just gave you permissions.
So I've got to do a few things here for a moment just to make sure that you get the audio. So if once I play this video, please raise your hands if you're not getting the audio. I'm a little concerned. I've tried to do a dry run, but here we go. So 2.5 minutes. It's a nice video. It's got a narration to it, and we'll walk you through Factory Island and in particular this east side.
100% of the people in cars who whiz up and down York Hill every day have never walked onto the east side of Saco Island, and only a handful of folks alive today have any knowledge at all of the parcel's rich industrial history. It used to buzz with activity, and in the 1800s served as a crucial docking facility for the vast complex of textile mills in Biddeford and Saco that employed tens of thousands of people. Coal, lumber, cotton, wool, and assorted supplies and raw materials traveled up the Saco River and arrived here from all around the world. Well into the 20th century, the east side of Saco Island fueled the local economy and was covered with many significant buildings and structures. The textile industry began its exodus to southern states in the middle of the last century, and by the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, all of it was gone. Not a single building remained on the east side. Today, the 6-acre parcel that Saco Island Ventures owns has been vacant for decades. It is barren and desolate. Invasive vegetation has overrun the property, and rubble from the glory days is strewn about. Graffiti graces the remnants of old foundations that remain. On a regular basis, Saco's public safety personnel are forced to investigate reports of mischief in progress. Burned out campfires, an occasional hypodermic needle on the ground, and empty liquor bottles make it very clear this is what the land's real use is today. 6 acres of riverfront property on a stunning section of the Saco River generate just $8,000 a year in tax revenue for the city of Saco. After at least 50 years of inertia, we propose a better use. 12 duplex buildings tastefully designed consisting of 24 residential units. Minimal impact on traffic, no impact on schools. We will stabilize the ground, remove invasive plants, and complete much-needed revegetation. This is a modest residential scale development plan that is smaller than a more grandiose plan that was approved in 2006 by the Saco Planning Board, the Maine Department of Environmental Protection, and the Saco River Corridor Commission. When we are finished, this property's tax contribution to the city of Saco will have increased from $8,000 annually to more than $200,000 annually. We believe Saco is ready to move forward. Thank you for your time and consideration.
So hopefully you've got the video and the audio on that. And now I'd like to just go through a slide presentation of more imagery and the plan. So bear with me for a moment. So I trust you can see Saco Harborside, Factory Island East. Is that on your screens?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is aerial imagery that I took from, I think, the Saco website. And I thought it was important because it showed not only the island and in green our 5.5 acre parcel, which I'll get to in a moment, but various trail networks, because it strikes me that this area of the city has become quite prominent with respect to your trail networks, your river walks, and so forth. And in fact, I know our firm is also involved, and I'm going to show it here in a bit, with the proposal for another bridge across the river here, extending from the west side of Factory Island, just west of the transportation center, over to Pearl Street in Biddeford. And that's a pretty robust and large scale project, I'd call it for sure. And I'm sure Bob can weigh in on that. I'm guessing everybody is very well versed and familiar with the island, so I won't go through that at great length, other than to show you the site access here off of Main Street, just opposite the run of the mill, that would go through a piece of property that's actually owned by Central Maine Power. So they have their substation here just a bit to the north. They also own this undeveloped land along the street front all the way down to the river. And an access easement has been in place for quite some time and has passed through to the various owners and to the current owner now for access into their property. And so the video showed you very well, I think, what is happening on the site along the waterfront and then on the interior of it. There's a fair amount of grade difference, and I'll get to that in a moment, that cuts across the property. This next slide is again another blow up, but just showing all the pedestrian access pieces. And I'm sure we'll talk about that a little bit more tonight about pedestrian access. Seems to me that the island now over time has really transitioned, certainly from that industrial commercial past to now it's a hub of residential activity, residential living, and the support businesses that go with that. And probably from the city's perspective, I would guess, in my view, the fact that the transportation center is there. And without a doubt, the transportation center in Saco will, I think, only continue to grow as a hub of activity for the community as we transition here over the upcoming decades to moving ourselves. That bridge that I referenced earlier here is shown roughly scaled. May or may not go exactly in that type of position, but that is currently under study on a preliminary manner with the representatives of the two communities to put a new bridge there. I think one of the topics of that bridge is making it a bit more vibrant than the bridge that currently crosses over from Pepperell over to the Factory Island side. So again, here is our site over on the east side of the island. And I've noted here that as outlined in that video, the police get commonly called to the property. Last year, for example, just in 2020, the police department had reported, because of the lack of use in development here, that site does get a fair amount of activity that really is not desirable by any matter, either the property owner and or the city. So here's our development of the 24 townhouses with a single access driveway that would come in off of Main Street, pretty much where the blinking signals are today, opposite the run-of-the-mill driveway entrance. We'd come in and then go past these duplexes. So we have 12 buildings, 24 units in total, each with a separate driveway. The buildings, townhouses would have 3 bedrooms and a 2-car garage for each of those. And I'll show you in a moment the layout of each of these buildings. But by and large, this driveway and access road provides a solid access to each of the driveways, emergency access. We show a sidewalk system that would connect from the end of the road all the way out to Main Street. And we'll talk about other things in a moment here, or as part of tonight's discussion. I'll note on the plans that we did talk about and show that a future extension of a sidewalk along the east side of Main Street up to the existing bridge into the mainland is certainly something that we're interested in talking further with the community and participating in. There's certainly merit to having a sidewalk on the east side where there is none today. There is a fairly robust sidewalk on the west side of Main Street. You'll note here in the layout that we've we're maintaining the setback here from the riverfront and the revetment that's along that waterfront area. So we're going to have a 100-foot setback that we're maintaining there. The CMP power area that I referenced earlier is shown here just on the west side of the site, and we have a 50-foot wide easement zone that we have access to. So again, a lot size 5.5 acres in the B4 zone, 24 townhouse units, impervious area, little over 83,000 square feet, 1.9 acres, with disturbance of this area of about 3 to 4 acres. Overall, our coverage for impervious areas will be about 35%, which all falls within the current B4 zoning area. Traffic impacts. This site was included, as Bob made mention, in past permitting, of which included a traffic movement permit that was done in 2006, 2007. And in fact, that traffic movement permit with the DOT was updated in 2015, and they reissued a new permit in 2015, covered the entire island, or covered most of the island. Was done by other developers, landowners, but did include the west side and the residential and commercial activities. It had also included 30 townhouse units and a 69 slip private marina, which is not part of our current proposal here. But those development activities were included in that 2015 traffic movement permit. We have contacted the DOT to get their concurrence that the existing TMP still has is in force, and we are part of that. As it relates to the trip generation and traffic generation from this site, we're actually slightly less in nature because it's not as intense of a development with only 24 units. We understand that some of the mitigation pieces in that 2015 TMP have actually been implemented, or I should say, been taken care of. And that relates to some fees that included two $25,000 fees paid to the city. And I understand, according to Bob, that those have been paid by another part of the development on the west side of the island. I wanted to note here the impact fees, just so there's an understanding of what this development would entail relative to impact fees and benefits to the community, besides just the tax base improvement that the video speaker made mention of. Impact fees here on a one-time basis, the recreational fee would be $33,000 and change. The open space fee about $14,000. There's also a sewer and CSO impact fees, all totaling about $213,000 in fees, certainly just to get started with the development. I think there's importance to understanding that. Again, back to the traffic, just so there's a sense of scale here. AM and PM peak hours, we're talking 11 and 13, very little traffic in the peak hours. for this site. And that's probably easily understood simply because it's just a townhouse development, residential scale, nothing related to commercial or otherwise. And the numbers here just aren't all that large. So this is a color to give you some sense of where we're going to be doing landscaping improvements. So we do need to move some earth from the upper part of the site on the north side and move it down to the south side to create these building areas. We show in green what will be lawns or more areas here on the slopes, as an example, will be not as well manicured, I'll call it. So they'll only need to be mowed probably once or twice a year, whereas around the units in this shade of gray or green rather would be lawn areas. We show several areas of plantings, little circular shapes or trees that will be planted. Then I wanted to point out the stormwater management, the SWM zones here, one up on the north side, another one here in the southeast corner and the southwest corner, several more. And then there will be an underground stormwater management area just off of the road. So to those discussion points that we had here a few minutes back about stormwater management, these zones that we're showing in blue will basically be where the surface water runoff from our development will be collected and provided water quality treatment. So these are basically the standard Chapter 500 DEP best management practices that they're called. We're looking at doing rain gardens and biocells, taking advantage of small, zones here to brighten up the land and put some plantings. We have details that have been provided in our packet. They are shown as blue areas here because they will have that occasional amount of runoff going into them, but each of these little circular areas will be relatively robustly planted as well. So creating a really nice mix of planting material. This is just a sense of what
Steve, if I might, you mentioned you'll be moving material from the north side of the parcel to where?
To the south side here. It's basically cutting in some material here, which is the higher ground, moving it down to create the lower ground here for our residential units. We probably have areas here, certainly off of the road, where there may be as much as 10 to 12 feet of material that will be taken from the upper area here. And in fact, if you go out to that site, you'll see there's a fairly large mound of material that will be cut down off the higher area and leveled off and brought in to cover up the lower areas. So to those points about where the coal ash is located and so forth, much of the low ground here where all the older buildings and activity related to the transport of material off and on the ships, that's in the low area. And much of this underneath where these buildings are being shown will be covered with fill material to basically satisfy what the VRAP requirements typically are. And I think somebody asked that question, what is normally involved if you have coal ash on a site? Normally the DEP likes to see 2 feet of clean material put over the top of that. So you basically don't have access to it in the sense of people, be it children or otherwise, digging into it and having exposure to the coal ash. So typically you put in a 2-foot clean layer of material. They certainly also account for when you have pavement, and that's actually a good piece because you typically don't dig down through pavement then, and or building foundations and floor slabs. They will require often in these situations a vapor barrier though, to not allow vapors from ground going up through a building, but that's fairly common practice in these sorts of scenarios.
Thank you.
Again, just that quick image of a rain garden area. So by and large, 99% of the time when it's not raining and filling up with water, the vegetation in the rain garden is chosen in a manner that it really will highlight as a landscape feature and also serves that double benefit of providing that stormwater management piece. So we did do a lighting plan, and I know in the staff comments, there was a peer review done, and the peer reviewer asked about adding another light to the end of the road, which this particular plan does show, and that is now in the city's record in terms of plans that we have provided. So this would be in response to the peer review comment. And I'll note, 14-foot height, and this fixture to the left side of the sheet is basically fairly standard, and as I understand it, common to the Factory Island. Our lighting vendor is Swaney Lighting out of Scarborough, and they informed me that this light that they have picked is common to Factory Island. So that seems fairly consistent in that regard. I believe the peer reviewer may have also asked about building mounted lights, and our response at this point in time is that we do not have a specific plan for what may or may not be for regular security access lighting on houses, but these are residential in nature. So I would expect there would be nothing more than basically a house light over a door or something like that. Here's some building elevations just so you get a sense, and I added the building elevation so you had some understanding of what we're looking at. So most importantly, many of these units will have basically a daylight component on the ground level, taking advantage of the topography. So we have a fair amount of relief from the north side, as I mentioned, down to the south side. And so this plan is showing you that in many of the buildings, you're going to be accessing what would be the first floor, but there will be a livable ground daylight basement out of most of these units. Elevation here showing the garage entry doors. Both of these units are, the combined duplex type of effect. Similar here, some other elevations giving you a sense of pitched roofs, clapboard siding, window treatments, and the like. We think very much in keeping with the residential nature and style for the community, and we think will fit in nicely. A little bit of a contrast, certainly, with the rest of the island and much of the architecture that's on the island, but I'd like to think that these buildings have their own flair and will bring a great deal of diversity to the island architecturally. Lots of pitched roofs and so forth here on the architecture. Again, the garage entry doors. And then just a couple of photos of very similar style buildings down from another project in Massachusetts. So I wanted to give one little sense before we go back to a plan, and then I can leave a plan up for a little bit if the board would choose to see it there, or otherwise I can just stop sharing. But before I do that, I wanted to, again, I appreciate the fact that you did go through the completeness piece here already. We provided our application before the turn of the year. We've got comments from the city, and I'll say that city staff, Bob, and certainly the city engineer and others within city staff have been very proactive in giving us feedback, which has been great. And as a result of that, we've provided various pieces of information here in February and March to address all those comments. So I appreciate staff working with us diligently on that. And I know you've had a lot of other things on your plate, certainly at the planning board level. Again, city engineers provide comments. You've heard some of those. A lighting peer review consultant, landscape peer review consultant provided responses to those. So I think we're getting close, hopefully, with respect to their concerns or thoughts about the project layout. Similarly, the fire department has weighed in. And I do know that one of the items that the department had asked about was sprinkler protection in the buildings. Some of that's going to be probably up to the state fire marshal when the buildings have to go through that process. But currently, we are not proposing a sprinklered building or sprinklered buildings here. We will have an 8-inch water main, though, coming in from Main Street, and there will be private hydrants on the property, as well as domestic water supply systems. So in the event that the state fire marshal concludes that sprinkler service might be necessary, then certainly we'd have that capacity, and Maine Water Company has weighed in a positive manner to that ability to provide that. We had the water resource comments. We know that there's a few things. This will be a private sanitary sewer pump station. All the buildings will be gravity sewer to a central pump station that'll be privately maintained and owned and managed by the developer. Then we do need to provide some details as we work through prior to construction documents with the water resources on that final design pieces. I think Parks and Rec has weighed in positively thus far on the proposal, particularly as it relates to perhaps the landscape pieces. I'm sure we'll have more discussion though as it relates to trails and pedestrian access on the property, and we look forward to talking to you more tonight on that. And then agency letters. This goes back to the points that Bob had made. This site was reviewed and approved by DEP many years ago. We updated a bunch of letters with our agencies, state agencies, IFW, Natural Resources, and Maine Historic Preservation. They had weighed in on the site back in 2018. That info was on file. We provided it, but we went as far as to request updated letters here for 2021. And all of those regulatory state agencies have replied, basically no change from their conclusions in 2018. So that too was also now on the file record. Some of that stems from several months ago, we were thinking perhaps that the site would still qualify for DEP site location of development review. As it turns out, it does not anymore, and Bob can speak to that in terms of the back and forth we've had with DEP. But because this is a individually owned parcel now at 5.5 acres, we have less than 3 acres of impervious area. We do not qualify for a site law permit order through DEP. So that's a good thing, just kind of putting that out there. And if more explanation is needed, we can certainly walk through that here in a bit. So what we were looking for in this meeting, and I think partially here, I appreciate the fact that the board's kind of walked your way through it already, and that was the finding of application completeness. So we appreciate your taking that up already and seeing fit to find us complete, and then going to public hearing and more substantive review on it also. Hopefully I've given you a little bit more background, a little bit more information about the property, about the site, about our proposal, and maybe hopefully some comfort level has improved a little bit. And if not, we'll continue talking about it and trying to help you understand what we're proposing. That will conclude my presentation, Mr. Chairman. And like I say, I can leave this up or I can just simply stop share, whatever preference you would like.
Why don't we stop share for the time being? Thank you, Mr. Bushy, for your presentation. Gives us a lot better understanding, obviously. At this point, before we open the public hearing, I'll turn back to members of the board without asking a lot of specific questions and getting into back and forth. I'd like to hear from members of the board if they have any outstanding concerns or things that will need to be explored more fully as they move, through further consideration of the project application. And so, all right, Peter, we'll start with you. What are your concerns?
I have a lot of positives, but a couple areas. There's one way in and one way out. And I was looking at the plan, and I thank you for keeping it up there someplace. I can't see it right now, but and I'm wondering, the driveway goes to the end, it circles around and stops right after unit 20 and 21. And I'm wondering, can you continue that? Can you move 20, 21 and the buildings to the left and right of those to the right and continue that driveway so it does meet the entrance driveway? That would be a circular drive. So in cases of emergency, equipment can get in and they can get out because there's no other way to get them in there because of the contours of the property. That was one concern. I must say that what Steve is talking about in terms of cutting into that, into the high ground, and making room for new structures is the way that east section of Factory Island was built. If you look at it, what they did is they filled it in. And that's why the docks, that's why the barriers are there along the shoreline of it. They had to fill it in, just like they filled in the city of Boston. They took the dirt from the high ground, they cut it down so they could have low ground to satisfy their trading and industrial needs, and move that and stabilize the low ground and be able to put pilings in there to stabilize the whole island for landing purposes. And he's doing the same thing, which I think is fantastic. This is not in the historic preservation zone, I don't think. It's not, correct?
That is correct, yes.
The pump station managed by the developer, not a homeowners association. That has a little bit of concern for me. Bob, do we have a precedent of a pump station being managed by a developer in Saco? That would seem to be possibly not a stable situation in the long term.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead, Bob.
And I know, just because this is a nice slow pitch right down the middle, I'm gonna respond. But Joe knows 10 times what I do on this. Howard Carter is all over that topic and has been for years, Peter. It will be a private pump station, but it will be built to city specs. The developer will be required to provide a copy of a maintenance agreement with a fully qualified maintenance firm. So there will be, at a minimum, annual inspections and maintenance work performed on that pump station. In Howard's eyes, it is a piece of machinery putting effluent into the city system. So he wants to know that pump station backward and forward and know that there is a guarantee that it will be maintained to city standards, basically. So no qualms there. I would say both Howard and Emily, both in the treatment plant, have been in touch with this applicant a number of times. So I think Joe would, reiterate what I just said, but that's pretty much it in a nutshell.
Thank you.
Yep.
Peter, any more concerns?
I really like the 100-foot setback from the water. That's great. He said the DEP would like 2 feet of clean material and then a vapor barrier. Is the vapor barrier plastic sheeting? Is it clay? I know on the Superfund site, when we did that in the early 80s, when I was chairman of the Conservation Commission, it was both. How do you propose to do that? Because 2 feet of clean material itself may not prohibit what's in the ground from leaching out. So you said a vapor barrier would be employed as well. I think one is more effective than the other. Both together are very effective. So I see that as a positive, that a vapor barrier will be installed.
Those are typically a plastic liner, as you referenced.
Okay, heavy duty plastic liner.
It goes underneath the floor slab.
Oh, a floor slab?
Right.
Oh, these are going to be slabs and not cellars, correct?
Well, I'm talking about the slab in the cellar.
Okay, so there'll be a cellar.
Right. But most of these, as I pointed out, they're daylight. So they're basically, I would expect a fully finished daylight basement condition.
Okay, all right. Good, thank you.
All right, thanks, Peter. Joyce, let me turn to you for a second. Do you have any concerns that you want to have addressed as we move on?
Can you clarify, are these going to be condos that are owned by individuals, or are they going to be rented out? I'm just wondering if there's even going to be a developer with an ownership interest at some point, or if we're going to have a condo association or homeowners association.
There's likely to be a homeowners and or condo association. These are going to be for sale units. Developer will construct them and they'll be sold to individuals, and there would be documents then put together to cover that homeowners association.
So at some point, the pump station is going to be
Right,
owned by the homeowners association.
right.
And I mean, I maybe this is a little premature, the extension of the Riverwalk Trail. Is that something that you're talking about with Saco Parks and Rec? And I assume from the layout, there wouldn't be public parking to access the trail.
Correct. There's a number of things going on here, and actually goes to the previous comment from Peter as well, and that is that extension of the road, but I'll get to that in a second. What we have is a 50-foot right-of-way into the site through the CMP land, and that is the one potential hang-up of sorts, short-term, as it relates to the public access component, because we've got to, yes, folks could come through that access route, but if the city, I think, has a desire to more or less have a river walk that would be along the frontage of the parcel here from Main Street, that would be across the Central Maine Power property. And I know in the past, when I've been involved with the previous proposal here, there was the beginnings of some discussions between city officials and Central Maine Power. I think, unfortunately, hate to put it in the category, but Central Maine Power has got a lot of fish in the pan right now on issues, and their real estate probably, at least in this location, isn't as high of a priority. And I'm not sure where the city stands. I know, you've got priorities with that new bridge as an example and so forth, but long-term, if the city is able to maybe negotiate some access rights for the Riverwalk component across the CMP piece, this development team is certainly wants to continue that discussion about how that may or may not interplay with the development here. We know we have the 100-foot setback zone. Is there the opportunity to weave some sort of public access component through there? That's something I think that just needs a lot more discussion, one piece at a time. Certainly the starting piece is getting through and across CMP's land, it sounds like.
And is that 100-foot setback required by Saco River Corridor Commission, or is that just something you folks are proposing? What's Saco River Corridor Commission's minimum setback?
Right, that you've hit it on the head there. That is the Saco River Corridor Commission setback is at 100 feet. So back to that point. So the continuation of the road on the north side, you mentioned the units there, I think 20 and 21, and where we stop the road coming. If we were to continue that road and reconnect it more or less in a circle, unfortunately, that goes under the CMP land and outside of the easement. Therein lies our challenge per se. We don't have that right now with an agreement with CMP to do that.
All right, Joyce, thank you. If that's all the concerns you have at this point. Sean, let me turn to you. Do you have any concerns that you need to have addressed here?
Just a couple of questions, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
One question, I'll mention both questions, and I'll defer to Mr. Bushy to provide input on. One question is, given this is residential, and the presentation referenced the opportunities across the street with the revitalization of the Mill District, is there any plans to create foot traffic capabilities to cross over Route 1 or York Hill to get over to those additional restaurants or facilities on the other side, given how close they are from a proximity perspective? I know there was reference to a sidewalk going all the way up York Hill into downtown Saco, which I think is great. That does provide access to downtown, but I'm just thinking about the revitalization of the mills as well. And then the other question is, I didn't see it in the presentation, but I see it in our packet. It looks like maybe there's boat slips that are also available. I don't know, is it each unit has access to their own private boat slip as well? And I was just trying to figure out how that factored into the overall plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Mr. Bushy, you want to address those couple of questions right now?
I'll take the second one first, and that is on the boat slips. I'm not sure I know which particular piece of information, but we're not proposing anything on the project right now, we're related to the marina side of things. If that was a graphic that we had in there, I apologize for that, but we're not proposing that marina aspect as part of the current proposal with you folks. Now, the more important piece is that pedestrian access, and undeniably that is a tougher piece. So we have the signals that were installed there on Main Street. Geez, I guess a long time ago. I couldn't tell you specifically, Bob, you might know. That was not too long after the 2008, 2009 timeframe. As far as I remember, that signal has been there, but it's just been on flashing. And the challenge is getting enough traffic volume to trigger it, to trigger signal warrants. So that's one side of it. And with that goes that pedestrian access piece, because in fact, I believe there may be signal heads there, but they're not activated because the signal's not activated per se. So I think there's some amount of discussion that needs to be had about what sort of pedestrian safety measure for pedestrian access, if it's flashing beacons or what have you, to improve crossing of Main Street there. We know that that's a tougher piece. That TMP that goes back a few years included, in fact, a traffic signal, I believe, up on Gooch Street intersection at the transportation center. And that has not yet been installed either because it hasn't triggered warrants yet. So there's some amount of discussion, I guess, that still needs to be had with not only the city, but perhaps the DOT as to that side of things. So that's, we don't have much traffic, but I think the pedestrian crossing piece is certainly an important one, because I think anybody who's been down there will understand and realize, you know, a lot of traffic on Main Street, and getting that crossing is going to be a bit of a challenge. And I think we need to talk through with the city more about the use of flashers or otherwise to get that into a good condition.
Thank you, Mr. Bushy. All right, turning to Matt. Matt, what are your concerns?
I mimic some of the concerns some of my colleagues have raised. One piece on the site plan, Steve, I couldn't really follow where all of the different building types were following throughout the site. I know you mentioned the walkout basement areas, but I couldn't really follow the different types. It didn't seem to match the site plan 100%. So I think maybe more clarity there. But other than that, nothing additional for me at this point.
All right, thank you, Matt. Jeff, how about you? Concerns?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a list, and I think a lot of them have been touched on. I was looking at looking for a turning movement overlay for the fire truck, but I did find that on page 149. Just kind of wondering now that if the units, because one of my questions was, were the units going to be individually for sale or retained as part of a condominium association? If they're individually for sale and we're doing a subdivision, I thought we weren't, you know, we have to look at the issue of a dead end without any sort of hammerhead or a turnaround at the end. It's kind of a midpoint turnaround, which there again was just a little bit misleading just because of the evolution of some of the documents. Some of the site plans showed that, you know, sweeping corner, and then some of them have where they inserted the kind of the turnaround. I think it's probably like units 15 and 16 where that turnaround was put in. So, you know, will we have to be looking at the turnaround movements, waiver for dead end, the boat slips Sean picked up on, and then the access center line. I noticed that, but I was looking at the overall height. One of the site side profiles shows like 39 feet 2 inches from the ground because of the walkout basement. I was just wondering if there's a possibility, you know, as we move forward, to kind of get a sense or like a side profile of the elevations, because, you know, the coming in and the road's dipping down like 6 feet and then kind of climbing 10 feet. So I'm kind of anticipating that, you know, obviously units 1 through 10 are right along the water. They're going to be sitting about 10 feet lower. So will units 21 through 24 be able to just see over units 5 through 6? And then the same thing with units 20 through 21, so that every unit kind of has the optimal view. And I just kind of wonder if we get a little sense of elevation, because obviously it's up to us in the B4 district to be determining the maximum height of construction. And just kind of get a sense of what they're going for the site over and what it may look like with the existing vegetation. Those essentially were my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. Listing my own concerns briefly, I was with Peter on the fact that it appeared to me that a more appropriate design for the site would have involved looping the road back around on itself from the standpoint of accessibility, being able to move snow off the roadway in the wintertime, all of that. I understand it would involve additional access over CMP property, but I would like to see the applicant work toward that end with CMP, to see if that could be made to happen. My second concern was basically along with what some of staff had said and what you planning board members have discussed here this evening. What Mr. Bushy addressed as problematic is, how do we get people back and forth across Main Street, at the location of this access drive? It would be nice, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Let's start with the people who live on the property. Wouldn't it be nice if they had nice convenient access across the street to run of the mill and the rest of the businesses, that hopefully will continue to flourish, on the west side of the island? Wouldn't it be nice if there was some nice way to get across there, even if the warrants never present themselves, to have a signalized intersection beyond a yellow blinking light? And sort of going along with that, what I would like to see with the site, and I don't know, I'm not so sure that this is a burden that falls entirely on the developer of the site, but what I would like to see evolve on this site is, if I'm not mistaken, and Bob may correct me, in previous reviews of proposals on the east side of the island, there was actually, I think, a provision made for a general public parking area on the Central Maine Power Company property, just to, I guess, what we could consider here the north of the access drive, so that people would have access to Riverwalk along the frontage of the property all the way over to the falls. And I seem to remember there was some discussion back then about having the ability for people who want to fish the river below the falls to be able to park in a walk close to that, walk the Riverwalk down to that site and be able to, to fish in that area if they wanted to. I think that, that is such a significant aspect, if you will, of the total development of the east side of the island. The actual placement of the Riverwalk, the access to the Riverwalk, to the general public and to people who live on both sides, of Main Street on that part of the island. I think all of that is just something that I would really like to see happen on that site. And so I don't know what it's going to take. And once again, I'm not so sure it's the entire burden of the developer to do this, but I would certainly like to see the developer and the city of Saco have conversations with Central Maine Power so that there might be some provisions made along these regards. Provide some public parking just to the left. And I don't mean that we need to cut into that hill, that we burden the applicant with cutting into that hill to a tremendous extent to contain, to develop a parking area. Doesn't have to be 100 automobiles. We're just talking about some parking space where people could literally drive down there, leave their car off, Riverwalk, to the bottom of the falls and just, observe what they're seeing, enjoying the sights, or maybe even fishing if they chose to do that. Just something I would like to see as part of the total development of the east side of the island. To me, I think on the prior proposals, that was such an ingredient. I think it was an ingredient that was there. And I hate to see that ingredient not there anymore, for that site. And so those are I'm expressing a hope that somewhere along the line between the applicant and the city, something can be worked out so that we get those features built into the site. Certainly, I would like to see the applicant provide the Riverwalk, on his property. And I would encourage the city and the applicant to keep talking to CMP about using portions of their property through easements, to have access and parking. And those are basically my points. Peter, you wanted to add something?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You brought out some points I was going to talk on, but since Riverwalk is going to be on the river side of the property, the easterly side, I brought this up previously with a previous discussion of a previous project. That water down there really flows quite swiftly. And I'd like to see some sort of either fencing that doesn't detract from what's there and what will be there, or it kind of, there isn't such a thing, but it's kind of unfriendly, impervious, low shrubbery that kids can't, toddlers and little kids, if they get away from their parents, can't run right to the edge of the bulkheads. That's a real serious concern. I mentioned that last time. Also, I don't understand, what's the market? Steve said it won't impact schools. Is this going to be luxury condos because of the view on the water? Are they going to be elderly? Are they millennials? I mean, who are we talking about for the market? And my last one is, that's in a tidal basin, that's salt water. And I'm concerned about climate change. If you look at the projections along the East Coast as to what probably will happen and the year and the time frame in which it will happen, when the sea rises, the Saco River is going to lose frontage. It's going to be covered by water, and at a real high tide, the water comes very close to the top of those bulkheads. That's a concern. That the idea that the tide goes out and it takes everything out with it is true, but when the tide is coming in and water is rushing over the two dams on that river around the island, they stay there more or less in the basin, and they're going to raise the water level up when the tide starts to go out. Yeah, but the tide really doesn't start going out until an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours. So it makes a significant difference. And I'm concerned that with all the water coming in, the volume is tremendous during certain time periods. It will be problematic to the height of the water in that tidal basin. And I agree with you, Don, that some work with CMP can be done. That land that I suggested for looping the road around, and also as a parking lot, a minimal parking lot that you suggested, and I agree with, that land isn't much value to CMP. They're willing to cooperate. I think I think things were going in the right direction on a previous project, and then the plug was pulled and everything stopped. So, I understand what Steve was saying about CMP has a lot on their plate right now, but this is important to the city of Saco, and there's give and take on all sides. So I really think that serious discussion on a continue with CMP and the value of that property that we've suggested, both of us, Don, is CMP doesn't use it as access. They just have it because that went with the Cutts mansion, and that was the property that they acquired. At one time, it was valuable property because it went down to the docks and the landings. Now, it's so I think there's possibilities. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, having gone around with the planning board, I think probably at this point, we need to hold a public hearing, and it might be appropriate at this point to do that. And so I'd like to suggest that we have a motion to open the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff. I move to open the public hearing.
Jeff, was that you?
Yes, sir.
I think it was. Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second,
Peter seconds. Thank you, Peter. Briefly, any discussion of the motion? Then I'll poll members of the board. Peter,
yes,
Jeff,
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Sean. Sean? Okay, thank you. Matt,
Yes.
the chair votes yes. Record will indicate the vote is 6-0. Public hearing is open. Isabel, do we have anyone lined up?
I'll just remind everyone quickly, since this is our first public hearing of the night, that if you would like to speak, just use the digital raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen and I will allow you to speak. The first person that I see right now with their hand raised is Kelly Archer. Kelly, you've been allowed to talk, just unmute yourself.
I see Kelly is still muted. Is she having a problem?
Yeah, she must be. I'm asking her to unmute. There must be a technology issue. There is no one else with their hand raised at this time. Kelly was the only one that I've seen.
Okay, then we'll wait a couple of minutes. I don't want to cut her off and not give her the opportunity to speak. So
Yep.
even though there's no one else lined up, we'll wait a couple of minutes, see if she can resolve whatever happens to be her issue on her end.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Bob.
Bob Hamblin.
Yeah.
I just want to follow up a little bit on the CMP piece. I'd be pleased on behalf of the city to reach out to CMP along with the applicant. Certainly downriver, there are two, probably three, possibly four CMP or Brookfield parcels that the city worked with 8, 10, 12 years ago to help make those sections of the Riverwalk Trail possible. And well, about without exception, we found those utilities to be very approachable by the municipality, and the city achieved a license. That means the utility can change its mind, and 30 days later, we got to be off it. But so far, so good. So if there were any possibility for, improving access to the Riverwalk Trail or the parking, the potential for parking that you pointed out, Mr. Chairman, yeah, absolutely. It certainly would be worthwhile to make the phone call, and I find somebody in real estate who can talk and see what's possible. So I like the idea.
Thank you, Bob. That's a good idea. And while we're still waiting to see if Kelly can unmute herself, would it be, I wonder if it would be appropriate for whoever in the city would be required to come down on this, but to determine whether or not there could be some kind of a partnership agreement between, the city and a developer on putting those features onto that parcel. It might, while it might be a little bit inappropriate to ask for all these things from the developer alone, I wonder, if just that, that discussion could ensue and to see, what came of that discussion. It would be interesting to see what would come out of that.
Yep, agreed. Well, we'll start asking questions and see what we can make happen.
I think Kelly is unmuted.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can now, Kelly, yes. Go
Oh,
ahead.
wonderful. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience. Again, thank you, Mr. Chair and Planning Board members. I am Kelly Archer, Chair of the Saco Historic Preservation Commission, performing our ordinance duties. And on behalf of the HPC, we want to thank the planning staff for including the required 2018 MHPC letter, as no historic properties are affected and no further Section 106 consultation is required concerning this application unless additional resources are discovered during project implementation. This land proposal, as well as the train station above, is between two historic districts. Yet for HPC's full disclosure to the planning board, and please note, it was prior to Bob Hamlin's rehire and Isabel Exley's hire. In February 2019, the HPC contacted Maine Historic Preservation Commission archaeologist Dr. Laith Smith to address any historic Native American artifacts and/or the study of the Native population on Saco Island, AKA Factory Island, AKA Indian Island. And we also recognize Dr. Arthur Spees, prehistoric archaeologist, and the potential interest of the Micmacs, Passamaquoddy, Maliseet, and Penobscot Nation bands and tribes of Indians, as also noted in the 2018 letter 8 months before. Through Dr. Smith's studies and notes and the reported MHPC survey and field notes, the state determined that there is no prehistoric archaeological significance due to the extent of industrial development, shipping, and coal yards. This HPC inquiry and due diligence came to light prior to this land being developed by the then proposal, the Waters Project. Just wanted to let you know that there's nothing prehistoric or historic to that land since it is barren, and it behooved us to make sure that there was all the due diligence was done on the state and local level. And it was, and personally, I adore and appreciate Stephen Bushy's visual presentation of Factory Island and its heyday of yesteryear. Thank you so much for that presentation, and thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Very important information. Good to have. Anyone else, Isabel, for the public hearing?
There is no one else with their hands raised at this time. I'll just do a last call for, if you would like to speak, use the digital raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen, or *9 if you're calling in from a cell phone. And I do not see anyone else at this time.
All right, then it's appropriate to have a motion at this point, close the public hearing. Jeff?
Chair, this is Jeff. I move to close the public hearing.
Thank you, Jeff. Is there a second?
Mr.
This is
Chair,
Joyce.
this is Sean, I second.
Sean seconds. Thank you, Sean. Briefly, any discussion by members of the board? My sensing there's none. I'll poll members of the board. Jeff?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Peter? Peter?
I'm sorry. I said yes, and
Okay.
I muted. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Peter. Thank you. Sean?
Yes.
The chair votes yes. Direct will indicate the vote 6-0. Public hearing is closed. Back to the board. What would you board members seek for future direction? Is it acceptable, or is it generally acceptable to assume that the applicant needs to go off and do more work before we move toward final subdivision or preliminary subdivision and site plan? Or can we move to at least preliminary conditional subdivision approval at this point? What are your thoughts, members of the board? Jeff?
Yes, just kind of looking at the staff's recommendations, bottom of page 17, top of page 18 in our packet. It says the board will need to determine how it chooses to handle permits from other agencies, including as a condition of approval, or put a hold on review until other permits have been issued. They would include the TMP from the Maine DOT, the Saco River Corridor Commission permit. The draft conditions of approval do not address this currently, and they could be amended as the board sees fit. So if we decide to move on this, we need to be conscientious of those outstanding permits from other agencies.
Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else on the board?
I haven't heard, Mr. Chairman, Peter,
Yeah,
I
Peter.
haven't heard the applicant's response to the fence or some sort of kind of impervious landscaping along the bulkhead. And I'd like to know the market for these apartments, the price range and the market.
All right, let's have Mr. Bushy, if you're there, could you address those issues?
Sure, I appreciate it. Market rate condos in units here. So basically, I would consider fairly high end, given the location and proximity. Not senior related at all, but just regular market rate units. So that would be the primary market. I think anybody can see in today's world that right now, fairly highly desirable, how highly desirable Maine has become. Certainly Southern Maine, York, and Cumberland counties are just, I think, coastal Maine. Really, it's just fantastic in certain respects. As far as the landscaping, I think those are all good and valid points that need to be made part of this ongoing discussion about how to best fit this public access component. It seems as though that's a little bit of a separate piece from this development per se, but it is part of it. And we need to continue to talk with city staff and how they want to go about what their vision is for that Riverwalk piece, and then the access through Central Maine Power and having that dialogue. I think we're certainly here to be a part of that and a team member of that. I think those suggestions about how something like that for access could be implemented certainly need to have, fencing may or may not be a part of it, and or landscape treatments and the like. But the objective of what those things would provide: safety to the water, separation to the landowners who are there, ease of access for public services, as an example, as I made mention earlier in the presentation about, that use of that area. It needs to be open yet safe, because we don't want to have people hiding out, so to speak. All those things it's going to take some thought and some time, I think, to work themselves out, but it's certainly there for us to work through.
Thank you, Mr. Bushy. Members of the board, any other offerings, any other questions, any other directions, or any other suggestions for the applicant? Jeff?
Chair, yes, thank you. I don't feel like I'm ready to take action on this at this time. I think we've given a lot of, good feedback. I think it could very well fit the area and would be a much better use than it currently is. I still have, the biggest grave concern would be the regulations. And, one of the purpose of the subdivision regulations from our packets shall be to assure the comfort, convenience, safety, and health and welfare of the people, and to protect the environment and to promote the development of an economically sound and stable community. I think we all see the benefits of the tax increase that'll be from $8,000 a year to well over, $250,000. We have all these little details: the sidewalk up the easterly side of Main Street, the connectivity across Main Street, the concerns about the loop driveway. Primarily for me, at what point do we get some sound, scientific advice about, what could be on that site and what danger could there be for occupants of these buildings, as well as the runoff. But I think that they have a real good direction as to where they're heading, and could come back to us with some more detail on those topics that we've all brought up this evening and what they are willing to contribute to some of those ideas and what they, you know, they're in business as well, what they feel like, okay, that's just too much of a stretch for us on this size project. So I think we're at a good point to kind of table at this point and let them see what they come back with the revised set.
Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else?
This is Joyce. Yeah, I agree with Jeff. As far as, refining the issue of the loop road, if that's a possibility, it's certainly worth looking into, and that might change the whole plan. We really haven't talked about the sidewalk up the road. And I noticed the proposed finding as a fact says the city will be requesting of the applicant approximately 850 feet of sidewalk up the east side of Main Street. But I guess I'm a little unclear as to whether that is part of the applicant's plan at this point, or the applicant is simply aware that the city might ask them for it. I mean, at what point does the city ask? Isn't this when we make the ask?
If I may suggest to you, it really is, in my estimation, and Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, it really is the planning board's determination with regard to that, because under the subdivision regulations, I believe, there's enough to be said in the subdivision regulations about getting the sidewalk in there. And I think probably it would be appropriate for the planning board to reinforce whether or not they want that as an integral part, of the development of this project or not. And leave it to between the applicant and the city, given that direction, what kind of a mutual project might be worked out, or if the burden is going to fall entirely on the applicant or whatever. But fundamentally, let the planning board determine yes or no, we're going to require it or not.
Mr. Chairman, yes, as I've indicated in my memo, and I think perhaps in the draft findings or conditions, I believe the board has all the authority it needs to require this applicant to connect to the existing city sidewalk network up near the top of up at the top of York Hill, near the railroad tracks. Granted, it is roughly 850 feet. That's a fair stretch to run the sidewalk. Nonetheless, as has been made clear in two earlier rounds with two other potential development groups, Saco Island East is unique in the city of Saco. If the board is likewise supportive of an extension or a spur of the Riverwalk Trail onto this piece of property, then we really ought to have decent public access to it. And whether it's going to be on this potential, you might even use hypothetical parking lot that's on the CMP property, or if it's simply via pedestrian access down York Hill onto Saco Island. This is the time, I believe, that the board absolutely should be indicating to the applicant what it sees happening and what is, in my mind, 100% within the board's rights to make the request. And in fact, perhaps on the topic of the public sidewalk, I would say that goes beyond request. I think the subdivision regulations make it clear that is the board's responsibility to provide for extensions of the public sidewalk network and to let applicants and future applicants know how they are going to participate.
Thank you, Bob. Joyce, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was sitting here, waiting to discuss that, because I thought that was a thread that we hadn't pulled this evening yet. It was in the packet, and we needed to discuss that. My own personal feeling is, I think as a planning board member, it should be an integral part, of the project. I would like to see people living in that project be able to easily walk up Main Street and participate in whatever's happening in downtown. And to mirror or to echo what Bob said, Likewise, I would like to see people who were in the downtown area be able to easily walk down and have access to Riverwalk if it happens, along the front of the property. And so it works in both directions, I think, and it's and as Bob has indicated a number of times, look at the well-beaten path on that side of the road that's already there. There are already people, going up and down, especially at the top of the hill, on that side of the road. And so, in my opinion, I would like to have the developer understand that I think it's an integral part of my approval of this project as a planning board member, and that hopefully the applicant and the city can work out whatever might be a mutual agreement as to how that's produced. Jeff, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree. I was kind of waiting to talk about it. If I recall, and I may not be 100% correct, our subdivision regulations do call out that it's our responsibility to try to encourage the connectivity to or expand the sidewalk network. Given this particular case, I agree that easterly side of Main Street sounds like the logical approach. I know that the railroad crossing devices do have gates on that easterly side as well as the westerly side to block traffic across. But thinking of the amount of slope that is there on that hill, particularly as you descend down, and what type of burden that may create on this particular applicant or anybody for that matter to try to construct a sidewalk that will be safe enough and set back from the curb line enough without having to have some sort of retaining walls where people might actually fall from the top of a retaining wall, particularly young children kind of playing around, versus checking, and I'm not certain if the signalization devices that are currently on Flash have pedestrian crossing devices incorporated into that, or if that would be a more viable option is to get those, installed and find out from the traffic movement plan if those warrants will be made to activate that light. If they were to incorporate that sort of device, that would allow pedestrian protected crossing of Main Street to get to the existing sidewalk of run-of-the-mill. I would agree as a board member, my preferred preference, given that it's Main Street, and we do have beautiful sidewalks on both sides of our entire length of Main Street, it makes sense to desire that. But in this particular case, maybe a little bit of research from their point of view, figuring out how much, municipal land is even there to work with before the CMP property line, and what type of construction would it take to do that. They're putting in 25 units. They're not putting in, an 800 unit hotel complex. I mean, their revenues, I'm assuming at some point are limited. And I want to look at long-term safety. I'm always nervous about people walking on that trail, as you call it, the kind of animal path trail that's been blazed. And also there's, I think, some sort of a spring there that seems to leach water out throughout many parts of the year that may, create an issue. So I think a conceptual plan would be warranted by all means. And if they come back and say, hey, it's going to cost us, X amount to build this sidewalk on the easterly side, but we can effectively cross and have a safer environment at the traffic signal for this amount, would that be acceptable? Where they are providing continuity of sidewalks within their development, I think we need to be open to that. We definitely need to review both options, but I think that's one of those things that we're giving them feedback, let them collect some data and bring it back to us, knowing that is one of our desires for connectivity. But as a board, are we open to, if it makes more viability to cross Main Street and use the existing sidewalk? Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, and this is Joyce. I mean, especially given the fact that the applicant doesn't own the frontage along Main Street. So it's not like they're building sidewalk on their own land. This is CMP's land.
Right there.
Okay, so I think if I'm not, I'm sensing here that probably the board is even approaching at this point preliminary subdivision review. certainly we're not anywhere near site plan or final. And so in that regard, having listed all the concerns and discussed all the things we have tonight, I would like to ask, it looks like, Mr. Bushy, probably what the board is going to do here is we're going to table until such time as you come back, with more information on all these concerns that we've talked about. And so at this point, I'd like to turn to you and say, do you have enough direction from the board? Is there anything else you'd seek us to talk about and give you direction on?
No, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate all of the good comments. I think they're all relevant and things that we can address moving forward here. I'll compliment Bob as well. He did, in his packet, work up those draft conditions of preliminary approval for subdivision and site plan. And we have read through those and felt that those, as they had been drafted here for your consideration, were in pretty good shape. So honestly, had my hopes up a little bit that we might get to that point, but I've heard where the board stands on things and willing to move forward with that. I think we've covered a lot of ground tonight with you folks, and that's greatly appreciated relative to the waivers and the completeness piece, and quite a bit of discussion here that I think gains us valuable insight to where your position is. And I think I'm looking forward here to maybe tying some of these things up and these loose ends and informational pieces. Certainly for several of the board members, I think we have the ability to get you more good information. I think that will maybe allay some thoughts and concerns or fears of things. So I think we're in good shape.
Thank you, Mr. Bushy. All right, members of the board, sensing that you're not approaching preliminary subdivision approval at this point, do I have a motion to table until such time as the applicant comes back and has all of our concerns and questions addressed? Peter, you have your hand up?
I move that we table this until the applicant has more time to address the concerns and questions that we've raised this evening, and any other additional information that he wishes to present.
Thank you, Peter. Is there a second?
Chair, this is Jeff. I will second.
Jeff seconds. Thank you. Discussion of the motion. Then I'll poll members of the board. Sean,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes,
Joyce,
Yes.
Jeff.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Record will indicate the vote is 6-0 to table for further consideration. Thank you, members of the board. About this time, probably it might be appropriate to take, let's say, a 10-minute break, and then let's come back and deal with how much more of our agenda we can do. And okay, there's Sean, there's Peter. Good, everybody's back. Thank you, everyone. Back to the table. The next item we have on our agenda is a public hearing for site plan application and conditional use review for a proposed 3-unit townhouse at 66 Old Orchard Road. Applicants are Steven Trask and Wendy Fernandez. Property is zoned R2. Our goal this evening is to make a finding on the application completeness for both site plan and conditional use review. Hopefully to hold a public hearing and review the proposed site plan based on the standards of Article 11 and Article 9 for conditional use. Bob, we've got your memo in the packet. Obviously, everyone's had a chance to go through it. Any additional information you'd like to share with the board beyond what you've already provided?
Bob, you're muted.
Bob, you're muted, yeah.
Well, you just missed the most eloquent I'm going to be all night. Sorry about that. It's my pleasure to introduce someone that you all know and have admired the job she has done for these past several months. Isabel, as an associate planner and economic development associate, and I discussed this one, and we arrived at feeling perfectly appropriate that Isabel take on overseeing the review of this 3-unit multifamily at 66 Old Orchard Road. So Isabel, in fact, put together the memo, draft findings, et cetera, has worked with the applicant, and I'm going to step aside and be a spectator.
Thank you, Bob. All right, Isabel.
From my perspective, I've noted a couple of things in my review memo that you should probably discuss further with the applicants, but for the purposes of review, staff finds this application to at least be complete. But some things you might want to discuss are proposed landscaping as well as the proposed building materials for the
All right,
design.
Thank you, Isabel. Members of the board, any comments or questions, concerns that would stand in the way of finding the application complete for both site plan and conditional use? Am I sensing none? It might be appropriate at this point if I had an application, first of all, to find, an application, a motion, sorry, to first of all, find the application complete with respect to conditional use.
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff.
Yes,
I move to find the application for site plan and conditional use review for the proposed 3-unit townhouse at 66 Old Orchard Road to be complete.
is there a second?
This is Joyce, I second.
Joyce seconds. Thank you, Joyce. So Jeff, your motion is to combine or to find the application complete for both site plan and conditional use in one. Gotcha. Okay. Any other discussion of the motion? I'll poll members of the board. Peter,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
and chair votes yes. Recommend indicate the vote is 6-0 to find both applications complete. All right. Members of the board, individually, one at a time, questions or concerns with the proposal as you view it? Anyone? None? All right. in
Mr.
that
Chair,
case-
Matt here.
Oh, Matt, go ahead.
I'll start. Yeah, to know Isabel's memo, understanding the materials would be important. I don't seem to have any notes on that in my packet unless I'm missing them. The mechanical units on the left side, or let me get my bearings here. Well, the mechanical units to the west, I think it would be appropriate for those to be screened appropriately. I think they could be screened with vegetation or architecturally with a fence. Other than that, for me, nothing else jumping out at me. You know, I guess there's lighting as well. Just want to confirm that any exterior lighting would be at 3000 Kelvin color temperature. I'm trying to verify lighting notes, but I can't seem to find any. But other than that, those are the things that jump out at me straight away, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Matt.
This is, Mr. Chair, this is Joyce.
Yes.
Do we have any more information on the drainage easement? Is that something that there's any follow-up on?
Isabel, you have any information on that?
That would be a better question suited for the applicants. They had
Gotcha.
indicated they were working on that. for the
Okay.
commission.
All right, we'll turn to the applicant in a minute. Other members of the board?
Chair, this is Jeff.
Jeff?
I just had some concern. I wanted to be explained as far as the parking layout and possible turning movements. I'm on page 269 of our packet. Kind of looking at what is labeled number 1 is that 1 visitor parking space. And it looks like they've kind of got it, hashed. It looks like a handicap parking zone, but it's actually a cross-hatched area for a turnaround. I'm just not really sure about turning around a full vehicle in a 24-foot wide space if all the other parking spaces were filled. It's just kind of at an odd angle. I was wondering if there was any explanation as to how that would work if all the other 6 parking spots are full and turning a vehicle around in there. That was my thought.
Okay, we'll turn to the applicant on that, see if they have anything to offer, in that regard. Jeff, thank you. Other members of the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Matt here. To
Matt,
further elaborate on that, I found my notes here, but I also had that same thought, a similar thought to Jeff.
Okay.
But then looking at snow removal or snow storage on site. And then I guess I assume being a 3-unit, no dumpster, we assume trash pickup at the street. Sorry, that was it.
okay, thanks. All right, so Sean, do you have any concerns about any of the application materials?
Nothing additional, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sean. Let's see, turn to Peter.
No, nothing.
Okay, thank you, Peter. I have no concerns at this point. So probably what we should do is turn to the applicant and see if they want to offer any additional information related to what some board members have already concerned our concerns with respect to the proposal. So, okay. Mr. Whalen,
Yes,
representing the applicant?
yes, I am.
Okay, would you like to address the concerns and comments you've heard so far?
Sure. Similar to the previous applicant, I have a short presentation, but I'm happy to, this is a pretty simple one, so I'm happy to just sort of address them. And if you want me to go through a presentation, I'm happy to do that. But
Well, I think we understand the project as a whole, so we probably ought to just concentrate on what the issues are that planning board members,
Perfect.
are finding they have problems or concerns
Great.
about.
great. So I just as an introduction, I'm Mike Tadema Wheeland. I'm a civil engineer with Teradyne Consultants, and I am here on behalf of the applicants. And I tried to write down all the questions, please, and I'll go through those, but if I missed one, please let me know what it is. So the first one I have is the building materials, and as I understand it, there are building elevations in the packet, so you should have those. So it's a clapboard siding. I believe the plan is for it to be vinyl, but these are 2-story townhouses with pitched roof, kind of very sort of traditional form with clapboard. The parking movement. So we went around, went through this a couple rounds with staff, and this project requires 7 parking spaces for 3 units. It's two parking spaces per unit plus 1 visitor space. And these, I don't believe these may or may not be assigned to specific units, but regardless, the thought is for parking space, the parking space that's labeled number 1, the movement wouldn't be to turn around in that hatched area. It would be to back out towards the east and then swing out. So it's more of like a 2-point turn, actually. So back out as far as he can and then turn left out the driveway. We've run simulations for typical passenger vehicles to do that, and there's plenty of room. It's actually a pretty robust area of pavement back there for 7 parking spaces. We would have liked to have seen a little less pavement, but this was required to make those movements work. That turnaround area, the area that's 10 feet wide, that's labeled turnaround, and it's got sort of a crosshatch to it, that's really meant for the space, or maybe 2 spaces that are perpendicular to that, to back into, so then they can swing out and leave the driveway forward instead. Obviously we don't want vehicles backing out the driveway. Snow storage, there's plenty of room around sort of the perimeter of the parking. So, this is always as much of a management issue as it is a design issue. Typically residents are sort of notified, or they know a storm's coming, and they have a someone contracted to plow snow. They've got to get out of their space by, who knows, 8 o'clock or something like that. And the person comes in, they plow the snow. In this case, they'll push it off the back, straight back down the driveway, push it off the back of the lot. There's plenty of room towards the north and towards the west of the parking to store snow. And then, of course, as is the case everywhere, if we run out of room, sometimes we have years where you run out of room to store snow, it has to be removed from the site. And then trash. In fact, for 3 units, trash will be curbside pickup, city curbside pickup. Those are the items that I have. Did I miss anything?
I don't think so. Not that I can.
The drainage.
Oh,
easement.
you did. Joyce brought up the drainage easement.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry for forgetting that one. So the drainage easement, it's been discussed with the abutter, Mr. Bennett, and I think agreed to, but just hasn't been executed yet. So happy to have a condition on an approval. If approval, we were fortunate enough to get approval tonight, we'd look for that to be a condition of the approval.
Okay, I think you covered everything. Members of the board, any additional questions, comments, concerns? I have a couple. I over the years, I've been always conscious of how, parking arrangements work or don't work. Bear with me for a minute. I'm looking on page 269 of our packet. I'm looking at the site plan. I think it was the plan probably that you and Jeff were previously, addressing. The 6 parking spaces to the north, for lack of a better bearing on here right now. If you're in that furthest to the left parking space, I don't understand how the turnaround area can be of any benefit to you, nor do I understand that a person backing out of that parking space could, within a 24-foot space of paved area between the parking spaces in the back of the building, be able to maneuver with more than a 2 or 3 point turn, to get out of there. And so I'd like you to address that if you could.
Sure. So these dimensions, these are 9-foot wide by 18-foot long parking spaces, 24-foot, what I'll call a drive aisle, which is pretty typical. That's a typical dimension behind, if you will, 90-degree parking, which this is, it's not angled parking. So these are the same dimensions you would find in, say, a Hannaford parking lot, which really is ample room to turn a vehicle around in. Most vehicles today are 15, 16 feet long. That gives them plenty of room to back fully out of that space, those spaces, and then pull to the right and around out of the driveway. Like I said, we have run turning simulations on it, and we're comfortable that it works. And again, we received similar comments on previous iterations of this from Mr. Leverrier, the city engineer, and I think he is satisfied with the design and layout of parking.
If you've produced turning simulations on this, why haven't you included them, in your application, so that we could have seen that they work and not have an issue with it?
Sure. Well, I mean, given the sort of standard layout and standard dimensions of this, it was probably short-sighted of me, but I didn't think it would be necessary. These are the dimensions that are outlined in the ordinance, and so we're meeting those. A 24-foot drive aisle behind 18-foot parking spaces is outlined right in the ordinance.
All right, thanks. Members of the board, any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, Peter,
Yeah, Peter?
parking space number 1. I have a problem with that. I'm on page 269 as well.
Yeah.
And person pulling out of that space is only, the beginning of the space is 10 feet from the end of the spaces that are more to the top, north of it. And I just, when I built my parking lot at the store, I was told 24 feet, and we have 24 feet. And you don't have 24 feet. That car pulls out, unless he backs in. If he pulls out, he's only got 10 feet in which to complete that turn and move out. I just don't, I don't see how those numbers can work. That was Dawn's concern too as well. And why didn't you include that?
All right, thanks, Peter. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if I can address that. So that's not the movement that a vehicle leaving parking space number 1 is going to make. They're going to back out all the way to the eastern edge of the parking lot, and then turn their car left to leave. And I really think there's quite a bit of pavement in behind this 3-unit building here. And I think it's going to prove to be ample space to turn a passenger vehicle around in that space. Again, so vehicle number 1 would back up all the way to and really back up close to the parking space that's farthest to the right or farthest to the east, and then nose out the driveway.
And are you telling us that you think that maneuverability can happen without 2 or 3 movements?
I think it backs out and then pulls forward.
Without additional movements?
Yes.
So that vehicle is gonna back out in front of 4 other spaces to get to the position where they can turn and exit the driveway. Also, what if kids are in the driveway? That's a long way to turn. That's a long way to go to exercise a turn in a parking lot. You have to pull backwards past 4 spaces. I think it's problematic. I think you had to find space, and that's how you did it. But I don't think it's I don't think it's a very good solution for that particular spot.
All right.
The thing is also, Don, those
Yeah.
others that are to the north, like the one on the far left, I wish these spaces were numbered, but the one on the far left, he's gonna have to back out too. And pass three vehicles to get to that same corner where he can turn left and go down the driveway. Boy, it's pretty crowded.
All right, other members of the board, questions, concerns?
Mr. Chair, this is Sean.
Yeah, Sean.
Yeah, I had the same question, but when other board members had brought it up, didn't feel the need to add to it. But I just do want to share that, vehicle sizes continue to get larger. We don't know what people will own who live here. Your average pickup truck today is 19 feet long. So I think it's very helpful for the applicant to mention that, this is similar to Hannaford, because if you drive through Hannaford, you'll notice none of the pickup trucks fit within the 18-foot dimensions, right? Myself included. I know that firsthand knowledge. So I don't think any of the majority of the vehicles on the road now are in that pickup truck SUV category. So certainly I think smaller pedestrian cars, I agree with the applicant. I don't see a concern, but that's not the trend we're seeing. I don't see how I would navigate this in either one of those two parking spaces that Peter just noted right now. I do see it as being an issue with a 19-foot vehicle, and that's not an extended cab. That's a 5.5-foot bed with a crew cab. So I think we need to just be conscious and realistic around what does an average vehicle look like today. And I just wanted to share that with the rest of the board too, for context. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Other members of the board?
Chair, this is Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, go ahead.
I'll just echo. I really think that spot number one should be basically the turnaround area. If you could have 7 spots along the north edge. But as it's laid out, I don't see how it can function with a 3-foot radius coming out of that leftmost spot in an 18-foot overhang. So unless they can bring some simulated turning movements in for that, I don't really see this as a viable parking arrangement.
Thank you, Jeff. Other members of the board? Any other additional concerns besides parking and maneuvering into the site?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Peter?
maybe I'm missing it, but where's the dumpster? How is trash?
There
taken
is
care of?
none. There is none. They've got curbside pickup.
Curbside pickup.
My understanding.
All right, so let me see. Okay. I guess I'm kind of confused because the Old Orchard Road appears at the top on page 269. And then Old Orchard Road is down at the bottom where the driveway exits and enters. Where's the Old Orchard Road? Is there
Driveway entering off of Old Orchard Road, the one that you're referencing is Old Orchard Road.
Old Orchard Road. Aha, I should know that, right?
They acquired it.
All right, thank you.
Peter, you probably lived on the old Orchard Road.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That wasn't
It's
called
okay.
for.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff.
I did have a question with regards to the effluent, the sewer. Looks like they're going to have their own E1 grinder pump for this facility. And then it says there's a force main, and it gets a little confusing there. There's a couple of the force main across the street, and then is there a gravity sewer? Basically has, I didn't see any notes from Water Recovery Resources. They have any concerns? They're not pressurizing this into an existing force main, are they? Or is it gravity at some point and then pick up a municipal pump station? Or is this a kind of a network of communal private force mains?
Back to the applicant for this, for this question.
Sure, there's a sewer manhole. It's labeled ESMH. It's actually on this property. It's in an easement. And you're right, the wastewater from the proposed project will go to this E1 grinder pump. It'll be pumped into the existing manhole that's on the north side of Old Orchard Road, and from there it's gravity into the public system. And this has been reviewed by wastewater recovery, and there is a letter or there is correspondence in your packet from them.
Okay, so the sewer pump station that's labeled on the lot across the street from the Old Orchard Road for James Gaumont, that's another entity altogether. It must be his private pump station to tie into the sanitary sewer.
I think that's the city pump station. I don't know if Joe has input on that, but that's not part of this this system. We're gravity from the manhole. Leaving this property, we're gravity.
So you basically have some elevation issues because you come out of the house, you have an E1 grinder pump and you're going 20 feet and you're having a force main. So you guys that's a very shallow existing gravity sewer.
It's shallow, and this lot is quite low.
Okay, thank you.
Members of the board. Additional questions, concerns, comments? If not, at this point, we need to have a public hearing. And so probably appropriate to do that at this point.
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff.
Jeff,
I move to open the public hearing for 66 Old Orchard Road.
thank you, Jeff. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, this is Sean, I second.
Sean seconds. Thank you, Sean. I'll poll members of the board. Matt,
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
and chair votes yes. Record will indicate vote is 6-0. Public hearing is open. Isabel? Is
Right, I
anybody-
will just remind people who are hoping to speak to use the digital raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. The first hand that I saw was Jim Gaumont. Jim, you've been allowed to speak. Just unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for taking my name is Jim Gaumont and I live at 3 Timber Oaks. And you are correct, that is a city pumping station that's located on an easement on my property. I do have two concerns. One is with the sewer easement and one also with the parking. First of all, I think when that manhole was constructed on that lot, they brought a pipe under the Old Orchard Road. I'm just concerned that is it adequate for a 3-unit? So I'll leave that up to you folks. My second issue or concern is absolutely with the parking. I'm unfortunately, I don't have the details in front of me that you folks have, so I'm learning as I'm hearing this. My concern is with the adequacy. I mean, six parking spots and a visitor. How often does a 3-unit have more than one visitor and everyone's home for the weekend? So the alternative to those folks is to park on my street, Timber Oaks. Dead end street, very accessible. You just run across the road, you're to this 3-unit. We've actually had the Bennett's abutter, occasionally use my street as a parking lot. They park real close to the end of Timber Oaks and the Old Orchard Road, makes accessing or exiting Timber Oaks very difficult and very dangerous. I have a very, very legitimate concern that all of a sudden the Timber Oaks Road becomes the parking lot for this 3-unit, whether it's visitors or owners. So I strongly recommend that we get the parking issue resolved Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And then the next person with their hand raised is Brandon Bennett. Brandon, you've been allowed to talk. Just state your name and address for the record once you unmute.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, yes, my name is Brandon Bennett. I currently own 66 Old Orchard Road, tax map 27, lot 83, located in the R2 zone. I have been talking with the applicant and also Michael about the easement that's about 5 feet on my property, asking about 661 squarish feet. I myself actually work as an engineer in site civil development, and I can just definitely say it's pretty tight site, and I think Michael's done definitely the best he possibly can with trying to get a swale on that side to try and divert the water away. I can tell right now, actually I'm looking outside right now, it rained a couple days ago and there's still water actually sitting right in the middle of that property. So really anything, if he's going to divert the water away from obviously my pavement as well as this new development is going to make it better for sure, because it's just right now it's just pooling, makes quite a mess out there. Regarding that, I'm completely in support of the easement. I have been talking with the applicant. I told them I had no problem with it. They agreed to be a condition of approval. We'll just tie that up and take care of that. That's not a problem at all. I was looking at the landscape plan. It looks like they have some kind of like 6-foot stockade fence in the property, which is pretty cool. I'm definitely in support of that. I think that gives a little privacy for both my lot, my tenant, as well as the prospective buyers of this new development. The photometric plan also has very, very little light pollution. I see that's coming over onto my property, as well as with the stockade fence, it's going to help as well. So I'm not really concerned in that regard. All in all, I think it's a pretty tight site, and he's doing a pretty good job, the best he can with what he has, and I have no problem with the easement. Kind of talking about the parking. Yeah, I don't have many people that actually park across the road. That's actually the people next to me. I have seen cars park out there a little bit. I've parked out there for probably a second just to move something real quick, but I do see cars out there once in a while, but it's not super common. I've pulled into that street too while cars are parked on the side of the road, and it doesn't seem to actually block my view at all. But I just wanted to kind of make a comment of that because I do see it's actually directly across from my property. All in all, I'm in support of it, and I don't have any issues. I think I'll wrap it up with that.
Thank you, sir.
I don't see anyone else with their hand raised at this time, so I did have a letter that came in, an email that came in to me that I'd just like to read for the record. So this comes from Lydia Rich at 4 Greta Lane. She says, "Hello, I am an immediate neighbor of 66 Old Orchard Road, and I would like to review the application," which I sent her. And then she said, "I'm particularly concerned about the construction process as Old Orchard Road is quite busy with no street parking, and I live on a private lane directly next to the proposed property. I would appreciate," oh, and I sent the application. And then she also noted some additional concerns. She said, "Old Orchard Road is very busy, particularly in the summer, and there is no place to safely park along the road itself, especially for larger vehicles. The lot that is proposed for development is also extremely small with no currently available place to park or even pull a truck off the road. Therefore, for any type of construction to take place, they will have to regularly stop traffic, turn it into a one-way street, etc., such as when they have large trucks pouring cement, making deliveries, and the like. In the summertime, traffic sometimes backs up all the way from Beach Street, and blocking the road even for short amounts of time will cause even more traffic issues and will be a huge headache for everyone who lives nearby. As I live on a private lane directly next to this project, this will make it particularly difficult for me to enter and exit my own property, adding a significant amount of time and complication whenever I need to go anywhere. That's a huge and unfair inconvenience and a burden on myself and my family for someone else's financial gain. Second concern, there is no parking along Old Orchard Road. I'm worried that the construction workers will attempt to park their personal vehicles along our very narrow one-way private drive. again, making it very difficult, if not impossible, to enter and exit our property. Trucks making deliveries will also use our lane to offload materials, turn around, etc., because they won't know that it is a private lane. I have 3 children who regularly use our private lane for riding bikes and other activities, and I'm concerned that this extra traffic would be dangerous for them. Our lane is private property. If they park on the lane, they will be trespassing. They need to know this. Third concern, I'm also concerned that residents of the townhouses will attempt to park on our lane, or that their guests would park on our lane, because there would be very limited parking of their own due to the extremely small size of the lot, and because there is no safe parking along Old Orchard Road. Again, if they or their guests park on our lane, they would be trespassing. And then it says, thank you, Lydia Rich for Greta Lane.
All right. Anyone else for the public hearing, Isabel? You see any hands raised or anything?
No, I do not have anyone else with their hand raised at this time.
All right, then can I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff. I move to close the public hearing.
Thank you, Jeff. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, this is Sean, I second.
Sean seconds. Thank you, Sean. Without discussion of the motion, I'll poll members of the board. Sean,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes,
chair votes yes. Record will indicate the vote is 6-0. Public hearing is closed. Back to the board. Additional concerns, questions, comments, members of the board.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Peter?
On page 276 is the letter by Deputy Chief David Pendleton. The second paragraph says, I spoke to a Goral Palmer engineer this morning prior to reviewing the submitted documents as we touched on the above listed items. I requested there be consideration for access to a future marina should one be established. The consideration should include how close apparatus might be to maneuver to the top of the ramp leading to the floats, and or the installation of a dry standpipe should the apparatus be parked remote from the ramp.
I think that there was an issue with the PDF, clearly for the other applications.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who makes those mistakes. It was a cut and paste, but the wrong thing pasted.
Other members of the board? Concerns, questions, comments?
This is Joyce. I'm just curious, when we're talking about the parking, I mean, Isabel, you would know the answer to this, or Mike. I mean, did you try the configuration of 7 parking spaces in a row across the top of the lot? Does that just not fit? What made you discard that option?
So there are freshwater wetlands on the site. And they're located they're located in that area. So it was an effort to minimize wetland impacts.
Well, following up on that line, then what would be required for your wetland impacts in order to produce that parking arrangement, as Joyce has suggested? Would it require a different permitting threshold through DEP in order to do that? Is that what the hang up was?
So this does not meet it doesn't get to the level of needing a DEP permit. There's about a little over 2,000 square feet of wetland impact. It still does require an Army Corps permit, which we applied for and received. Is that additional wetland impact going to trip another threshold to require a more rigorous permit? No, but we try to minimize wetland impacts wherever we can. We try to minimize them as much as possible.
Mr. Chairman, this is Bob.
Yes, yeah, Bob, go ahead.
So Mike, you contend that turning movement templates worked out, that indeed this is a parking lot that can be maneuvered within based on city requirements. True?
I do.
Okay. Seems to me we're going to be in fairly short order here. We're going to be looking at a tabling, and Mr. Tatimer Whelan will simply, include proof of turning movements, and we'll take a look at those at the next meeting.
Wait, if I may comment on that, okay, turning movements within the site, are fundamentally the problem of the people residing there, okay? And I have a limited, amount of sympathy, if you will, for someone who buys into that arrangement. However, what my concern is as a planner as a planning board member for the city of Saco, is whether or not turning movements in that site will ultimately result in people backing on through the old Orchard Road, which should be and is my principal concern. I'm concerned with the two turning movements on this side. I've reviewed and I've seen a lot of parking arrangements over the years. And on its face, this, in my mind, is not an arrangement that works without several back and forth movements, if you will. 3-turn, 4-turn movements, to get out of a parking area. And so, to my mind, you say you have templated the parking movements. I say planning board should be able to look at those parking movements and make a judgment, relative to what they look like. And that's simply my take on it at this point. I see no other aspect of the development or of the project that would be a problem with respect to either conditional use or site plan, other than that. I mean, it fundamentally comes down to, how do we get automobiles in and out of that property? Other members of the board?
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff.
Just touching on the photometric layout, as we're talking about parking and how it's going to be illuminated, there's only one pole. I just found it, even the peer review appears that they're using the existing streetlights into their equation for the photometric layout. And I don't know how they calculate their uniformity ratio of the 4:1. I mean, essentially, there's no lighting at the entrance to the driveway. And the peer review requested that the photometric value should go out 2 decimal places. So if they're going to come back with a proposed parking adjustment to show us how that'll work, they should probably come back with a revised photometric plan as well.
All right, Jeff, thank you. So, planning board members, my sense is that we're at a point where we have still concerns requiring more information. Am I correct in that assumption, or are we moving toward a tabling until the applicant can provide more information before we even approach conditional use or site plan approval? Jeff.
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff. I move to table the application for 66 Old Orchard Road, conditional use and site plan until the applicant can provide more details on the information requested by the board.
Jeff, thank you for the motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, this is Sean. I second.
Sean seconds. Discussion of the motion. Then I'll poll members of the board. Peter.
Yes.
Jeff.
Yes.
Joyce.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Matt.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Recommend indicated vote is 6-0. Thank you.
Thanks, folks. I'll get that information over to you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Next item we have on our agenda. Oh, all right. It's past the 9 o'clock hour. And so I'll request a motion by someone on the board to continue with consideration of another item on our agenda beyond 9 PM.
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff.
Given that it's 9:03 PM, I would move that the board continue to take up the next item on our evening's agenda.
Do I have a second?
This is Joyce. I'll second.
Thank you, Joyce. Right, I just want to make sure I get this recorded properly. Hang on, give me a second here. All right. Discussion by members of the board. Then I'll poll members of the board. Peter,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
chair will vote yes. So record will show the vote is 6-0, so we continue on with our agenda. With that, the next item we have on our agenda is request to rezone 372 Main Street, currently in the MDR, to be rezoned to HDR. Property is identified as, well, it is 372 Main Street, and it's identified as lot 232 on map 39. Bob, any additional information you can provide to us beyond your memo?
No, Mr. Chairman. No, I think the memo and attachments speak for themselves.
All right. Members of the board, comments, questions, remarks relative to the request?
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff.
I'm just wondering if the requestant could tell us what has changed with this parcel. I believe this has been brought up to the ZOR committee basically twice during the process. I'm just wondering if there's anything drastically that has changed with the site or proposed use that would make it any different than the last two times we've reviewed this.
All right, we'll turn to the applicant and ask him that question in a minute, Jeff, but in the interim, any other members of the planning board have any additional comments, questions, or concerns?
Mr. Chair, Matt here.
Yeah, Matt.
I agree with Jeff completely. I'd be
Okay.
interested to know the revisions to this application over previous applications.
Okay, Matt. Members of the board?
Mr.
Other
Chair,
com-
this is Joyce. I had
Yeah.
one more question, which was whether this goes forward to the council regardless of our recommendation, pro or con.
Mr. Chairman, it does.
It does, yeah. We're forwarding as with other zoning revision recommendations, Joyce, goes to the planning board, and planning board forwards either a positive or a negative recommendation. Yeah, so yeah, Bob is right. It does go to them anyway.
Yep.
Other members of the board? All right, turning to representative for the applicant. Who is representing the applicant this evening?
I know that Josh was on previously, but it does not appear that he is on any longer. Josh Waterhouse is the applicant in this case.
I
And he's,
wonder if he thought that he wasn't going to get beyond the 9 o'clock witching hour.
that could be.
Mr. Chair, Josh was on and I'm assuming he probably did. But to answer Jeff's question, Counselor Burnham and I both have been working with Josh after the ZORs came through. And we were advised that one of the biggest questions of him being considered and staying in the medium density was the traffic, the in and out of the property onto Main Street. So I know that he, in the packet, should have his memo outlining some of addressing that issue particularly. And again, that was, we were told that was one of the biggest issues of keeping him in medium density and not adding the additional apartments. And again, unfortunately, he did get off, but he does have his email or letter in the packet identifying that issue.
Well, puts us in a kind of a compromising position here. I'm not sure we should proceed at all unless
Without
he's
him.
here. Yeah, without him being here, obviously to provide us with what both Jeff and Matt have, indicated as what's new. Jeff, you got a comment?
Well, I would also like to point out for Council McPhail that yes, traffic in and out was a fairly major concern. There was also the question of the delineation of where these zoning districts were going to be divided, and their associated backlots that can basically connect, and then they argumentatively would qualify for HDR and kind of affecting the entire corner. There was there was several hours of discussion on this parcel at two different times. So, and that's kind of, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I think everyone's entitled to be heard. I just wanted to be fair that, we've gone through this in the last year and a half twice regarding this request. And I'm also starting to feel like we're seeing a pattern in setting kind of a precedence for Mr. Scontras's terms, that a lot of people are coming forward now and wanting their zoning to be readjusted. And I think that's an unsettling feeling as we're trying to create some uniformity and create the vision for the community moving forward in, an organized and thoughtful process when some of these are being brought forward without any major changes. Unlike, one we just recently had, which kind of made some logical sense. It was historic value. I mean, it had been used for a number of years and they brought new light to it. And that's why I was wondering if this particular applicant was bringing new light forward with this request.
All right. I don't know exactly where we find ourselves at this point.
Mr. Chair, Matt here.
Yeah, Matt, go ahead.
I move to table the application until such a time the applicant can participate.
Is there a second?
I'll second. Peter.
Peter seconds. All right. Discussion of the motion.
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff.
With that, Matt, I mean, oftentimes when we table, it keeps them in queue, I believe, for Mr. Hamlin and his staff and Isabel to get them on the next agenda. Are we trying to reserve any specific spot, or does he just go back into the general pool for when this could be heard or work into the next agenda item?
My preference would be to schedule this agenda item as soon as possible, as soon as the agendas allow, and as soon as Bob can confirm all notifications as necessary are sent and received.
Yeah, he would remain, near the top of the heap. He's been waiting for a while now, and we'd certainly give him due consideration to get him back in pretty short order.
But in that regard, the April 5th agenda has already been published.
It has, so yeah, we can't do anything for him a week from tonight.
Can't do anything for him a week from tonight. Exactly right. Yeah.
You know what, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
A discussion on this motion. I seconded it for the purposes of discussion. And I don't want to table it. I think we've gone around on this thing. And if somebody has come up with a brand new innovative way, either with lasers, robots, or whatever else to address the traffic situation on that corner, I'm not going to listen. Because I read the memo, I read the material, and there's nothing, absolutely nothing that deals with the critical issues that have been expressed as concerns in the past. The traffic situation in and out of that driveway, The only reason this is coming to us is because the applicant wants to increase the amount of apartments they have in the back to make it more cost effective for the applicant to construct that structure. And the zone begins and ends in certain places. And we've been through the whole process, and I'm quite frankly, keeping this alive is a repudiation of all that we've done and said and done. And I don't see why we have to do that. The applicant could have been here tonight or had a representative here tonight. And the applicant doesn't. Not even nothing is in terms of an explanation. And here we are taking this up. We have another matter after this one we could have taken up instead. But now we're taking this up. The hour is getting later. I think that's what the planning board has to watch.
Actually, I see that Mr. Waterhouse is back on now.
Good. I hope you heard what I said, Josh.
Is he there?
Yep, he is. Did you want me to allow him to talk now?
Yeah, you go ahead. Well,
yeah.
Wait a minute. Now, first of all, we've got a motion to table on the floor and with a second. And so we have to dispense with that motion first. Okay. Is there any further discussion of the motion to table?
Mr. Chair, this is Sean.
Yeah.
I also would not be in favor of tabling this. I'm glad that the applicant was able to rejoin, and maybe we can hear some additional information after this. But I'm in the same camp as Jeff and Peter. I feel we're setting a bad precedent. We've talked about this a couple times now. We talked about the concerns we had. We also talked about the fact that if we rezone this one, what do we do with the two parcels immediately south of it that would stay MDR? And the inconsistencies that we're driving. We just spent all this time on the zoning ordinance, and now it feels like every time there's something that is inconvenient, we get pressure, and now we want to, change it one lot at a time. And I'm not on board with that. I mean, we deliberated this several hours. So if there's new information that maybe we didn't have before that would change our mind, I'm open to hearing from the applicant. But other than that, if it's the same argument that we heard before, then I'm in the same camp as Jeff and Peter and say we deliberated it at length, and I don't have a difference of opinion.
Thank you, Sean. Anyone else? Discussion of the motion again to table. No more discussion. I'll poll members of the board. Motion to table made by Matt and seconded by Peter. I'll poll members of the board. Matt,
No.
Joyce,
No.
Peter,
No.
Jeff,
No.
Sean.
No.
Chair votes no. Record will indicate the vote is 6-0, so the matter is not tabled. That being the case, does the board at this point want to turn to the applicant to hear additional information? I see a lot of nodding heads. And so that will be the case. Josh, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. You've heard the concerns of the board. What do you have to say?
Well, this project is perfectly suited with the citywide comprehensive plan with utilizing additional space, as I've talked about in my letters. We have a property here with on Main Street in Saco, 7,000 plus square feet, additional square footage in the third level, which is in the citywide comprehensive plan for future, trying to increase density in the downtown. I had been in front of the board and the planning board was in favor of including this property in the high density zone back in October of 2019. I have put a lot of investment into the property based on that. After that original vote, they decided to keep it in the MDR zone. The property, as I've talked about in multiple letters to staff and the board, is perfectly suited for an increased density. Originally, it was a doctor's office with 10 to 15 operatories along with 5 residential units. to increase the density up to the 8 units that we are planning to do. Utilizes the space. It doesn't need any increased parking. It's a downtown location. The MDR zone limits the things that we can do with the property. I'm not sure if the board has any questions for me with regards
Josh,
to.
if I can interrupt you for a minute, we've heard all of this before. What you need to be telling the board and the concerns I'm hearing from board members is what's different now than what was proposed by you, some 6 months ago. What's changed? What's different now that we should take a different approach, to consideration of zoning of the property?
I don't think there's anything different. Staff was in favor of this. At one point, the planning board was in favor of this. This is a property that is perfectly suited for the high density zone on Main Street in Saco to revitalize and redo a building that was in great need of repair. It's been an eyesore on Main Street in Saco for 20 plus years with shrubs growing high up in the front. The Historic Preservation Committee has been in favor and voted in favor of the project. It's a property that needs the additional investment, and by being in the MDR zone, it limits what we're able to do with the property.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Back to the members of the board.
Mr. Chairman, Peter,
Yep, Peter.
this property is not perfectly suited for the downtown. Josh has got a point where the building was an eyesore, true, but the building could have been rehabilitated without going through the additional expense of trying to add apartment use to the building. If what was an eyesore is in front of the building, then rehab the front of the building. It hasn't changed. Nothing has changed. This is not perfectly suited because it's in the same spot on the city map, right at that intersection with all that traffic. And the traffic years ago, when the applicant refers to the doctors that were there and everything else, the traffic patterns in the city and the amount of traffic on the roads was a heck of a lot less than it is now. And especially during the summer months, when you have people coming in here, Route 1, traveling Route 1 from Florida to who knows up in Maine, whatever it is. And they impact our roads tremendously in the summertime. And also, our residents within the city, our population has increased, and people going to Biddeford, going to Saco, going to the Turnpike, wherever, are using Route 1 as their artery. So that road is problematic. We have a serious traffic problem in this city, and I keep saying it and saying it. And Josh was caught up in it. Unfortunately for him, I feel badly for him. He's caught up in it. But you can't make assumptions. You can't say something that isn't true. It's not perfectly suited. And we don't want to, we want to increase the density downtown. Okay. This is a residential aspect of the downtown. If someone wanted to take down one of those ship captains' houses that the old captains had and tear it down and put a 6-story, you're going to say that's desirable because we want to increase the density in the downtown? That's Upper North Street, quote unquote, from the old days. No, that doesn't belong there. And trying to increase it to apartments and all the rest of it on that piece of property is ill-advised. It's very ill-advised. The thing that bothers me, though, is Josh said that staff signed on this and he made investments. Okay, but we're not going to stop the zoning process. The zoning process was ongoing. It was alive for a long time. Did people come forth and speak and testify on their particular interests? Some people did, some people didn't. And I feel very badly for the guy. He's young, he's starting out, he's in the business. and he's caught between a rock and a hard place. And maybe the board's to blame, maybe the staff's to blame, maybe Josh is to blame, or maybe a combination of everything. I don't know. But I cannot see adding more density to that lot on that corner. I'm sorry, I think when cars become helicopters, and that's fine, but it's not gonna happen. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm kind of firm on that.
That's okay, Peter. Yep. Other members of the board?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
this-
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Sean. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I just, a point of clarification based on materials we received. I want to make sure I'm interpreting this correctly. The current proposal was for 7 units, and that's what I had in my notes from before, which fits MDR, because I think that allows up to 8. And so what I'm questioning is, if that's still the case, I don't see where the HDR comes into play anyway. The original proposal was for 7, and with the rezone and MDR, we're saying 7 works. Am I misinterpreting our notes and what our new ordinance is?
Can everybody hear me or?
Yeah,
Yes.
go ahead, Josh.
Oh,
Go ahead.
yeah, I think, and I'm not 100% sure, but the MDR zone does allow for up to 8 units. However, it's a lot basis. So the square footage of the lot allows for like 6.2 units, so 6 units. So that's where the 6 units in the MDR zone comes into play. And then the 8 units is what we'd like to achieve, which is in the MDR zone. Since this is in a historic zone, there's a limit to what you can put in there for a number of units, which also is where the 8 units comes into play. I think the traffic is more of a site plan review process than what we're talking about here, but the building, using those 8 units in that building, we're redoing the whole inside of the building from framing to mechanicals, upgrading the sprinkler system, fire alarms. All this takes investment, and limiting it to 6 units based on a lot square footage number doesn't really help our purposes.
Members of the board, additional questions, comments?
Chair, this is Jeff.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion. I might need a little help with a specific date, but maybe we can address that after you guys hear the motion. I move the planning board send a recommendation to the city council to maintain our December 2020, I think it was December 2nd, but our December 2020 recommendation that the 372 Main Street lot be retained as a R1B zone, parentheses, to be an MDR parcel with the zoning revision update.
All right, Jeff, is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman. Peter.
Peter seconds. Thank you. The problem I have with this particular motion, Jeff, is that we haven't gone through procedurally the process that we need to of having a public hearing on this. All right, I know that we previously acted on this, but with this particular request in front of us, we are obligated to have a public hearing. And so your motion actually is inappropriate at this point, if I may suggest.
Fair enough.
Until such time as we've had the public hearing.
Understood. My apologies. I'll retract my motion.
Not a problem.
And my second.
I appreciate your considerations, guys.
So this is Jeff.
Yeah,
If I may open the public hearing for the 372 Main Street parcel.
Second.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. Is there a second?
Peter, second.
Peter seconds. Thank you, Peter. Discussion of the motion? Then I'll poll members of the board. Peter?
Yes.
Jeff?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
The chair votes yes. Record will indicate the vote is 6-0 to open the public hearing. And so turning to Isabel, do we have anyone lined up?
Yep, the first person I see with their hand raised is Kelly Archer. Kelly, I'm going to allow you to talk, just unmute, and I see that you're unmuted. Okay.
Hello, did this one work?
Yes. You're good, Kelly.
Yay, I'm so happy, thrilled. I'm going to talk with two hats. I'm Kelly Archer, the chair of the HPC. It might have been helpful if you had a link to our February 26, 2020 packet that was on this particular property that came before the HPC in a public hearing. And I am going to read the motion. It originally came to us for 9 units, then got discussed down to 5 units, and it's been anything in between over this past year or so. And it was a motion was made with the COA contingent upon the use being approved in the zoning ordinance revision process. So that was always in there. And as a former member of the ZORS process, I agree with everything that Peter, Sean, and Jeff and other people have spoken about. We have vetted this. It was the traffic. We are concerned with the 2 southern properties on that corner. And back to the HPC hat, I'm also concerned about the back lots that are in back of that property, up in back of the Chandler house at 20 North Street. And then all of the other properties that are in the back lot. Yes, we do want density. Again, I'm back on the ZORS hat. However, this particular property should be what the planning board is alluding to. So I just wanted to give you more clarification about the HPC, what we did approve, and what we had put a condition on. And it's always been on the ZORS process, which was decided upon December 1st, 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly. Anyone else? Isabel?
I do not have anyone else with their hands raised at this time.
Okay, motion to close the public hearing.
Chair, this is Jeff. I move to close the public hearing.
Thank you, Jeff. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, this is Sean, I second.
Sean seconds. Thank you, Sean. I'll poll members of the board. Jeff?
Yes.
Joyce?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Chair votes yes. Record will indicate vote is 6-0. Public hearing is closed. Back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff.
Jeff?
I move that the planning board send a recommendation to the city council to maintain our December 1st, 2020 recommendation that the lot of 372 Main Street be retained as a R1B zone, which is to be an MDR parcel with the zoning revision update.
Is there a second?
I'll second it again, Mr. Chairman.
Peter seconds. Thank you, Peter. Discussion of the motion.
Mr. Chair, this is Joyce.
Yes, Joyce.
I have to say, I really am very sympathetic to Mr. Waterhouse. He's dealing with a large building. I appreciate the comparison of how many bedrooms would be under each iteration of the property. And what he says really does make a lot of sense in terms of utilizing the space better. That being said, we've gone over this before. The fact that the other lots surrounding this one would remain in medium density residential. It seems inconsistent to me to change this to HDR as much as it might be attractive with this particular building. I just don't think that's not reason enough for me.
Thank you, Joyce. Jeff?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I completely agree with Joyce. I understand that, the uniqueness about being in business. Unfortunately, we always need to kind of make some of those hard decisions. And I just want to point out, Miss Archer pointed out that a lot of this, there's a lot of it that was traffic, but a lot of it was concern about those abutting and kind of back sublots, that if we move this for this lot, what does it mean for the next lot and the corner lot? And, and this is where I rely on Mr. Scontrus's, historic value. The mansion on the corner is in that parcel. And, what would all of that look like if we went to high density?
Right.
And so it is very involved. And I just don't want to let the council think it was just us with traffic. It's us with the implications of the entire lot and all of those parcels that kind of touch on the back corners. Where does the line stop if we start moving it? Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else? Members of the board?
Mr. Chairman, Peter.
Yeah.
I would agree with what Jeff says. I feel badly. I feel so badly that this is going to be the last item that I'm going to be participating in on the planning board, because my term is going to expire Thursday, and I'm done. But you've got a great person here, comes from a great family, Josh. He's trying to do what the right thing. He got caught between a rock and a hard place. And sometimes in business, what you have to do, and Don, you and I know this, you have to cut your losses.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, circumstances developed that the right idea was in place to take an old building, rehab it, have it be cost effective by adding some rental structures in the back to help pay for the project and produce a profit. That's excellent business sense. The problem is where this is located. As my colleagues have said, Joyce, Jeff, everybody, as they've said, and Kelly, thank you for weighing in, because we needed the clarification on that. Thank you very much for doing that. As they've said, it's a very tricky situation. I'd like to sympathize with Josh on this, but it's the location of that piece of property, what's surrounding it, what's in front of it. It's just not going to happen as far as the planning board is concerned, I believe. And I hope that the council does not seize the wisdom in what the planning board has talked about and what they've decided, because I don't want this to be a domino effect. I've seen this happen in the past where a board or a commission or a committee would recommend something, they've exhausted the discussion, and either because of the personality involved or the situation, that particular board, commission, planning, whatever, is overruled by the council, and the thing goes. We can't have that. No council has discussed this any more fully than the planning board has. We've looked at this up and down, turned it over, upside down, and are still coming up with the same conclusions. And I would encourage the next stop with this applicant, that the planning board's recommendation tonight be looked at clearly, subjectively, what's best for the city in that location, what's best for the city. There are multiple reasons. And I'm just so proud of serving with you guys and having you realize that it's an extremely tough decision, but realizing what the issues are, the basic fundamentals of this, and sticking with it and voicing it. That's great. I was concerned there'd be some vacillation on this and we'll be swaying one way or the other, because it's one of those things where somebody keeps presenting something, it comes before you, and eventually you kind of cave in and say, okay, fine. But I'm just so happy that at how this is, what I've heard tonight. in terms of the character of the people on the planning board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is a sad situation for me. I like Josh. I like his family. It's just unfortunate.
All right, thanks, Peter. Anyone else on the planning board? Let me just briefly say that, my thought from the very beginning on this, okay, is I do not like that North Street and Beach Street are being used as demarcations between two different zoning areas, all right? And from the very beginning, my thought has been the Long Range Planning Committee really has to take a close look at this and decide what this area should be zoned as in the future, all right? How we're gonna deal with traffic issues, whether or not that affects zoning, all of that, it is way beyond, in my mind, a recommendation on one particular lot that's located in the area. All right, there are much broader issues that need to be dealt with here. And so I continue to support the motion that Jeff has just made and that Peter has seconded, basically from the standpoint of this is a broader issue than one lot. Okay, it needs to be considered, in a much broader sense for that whole area, of the city. And I'm hoping the Long Range Planning Committee can, review that very carefully and come to the right conclusion on it. And so, I have to support the motion that it's not appropriate to recommend to the council at this time that we rezone that particular property from MDR to HDR. And that's it for me. That's all I have. That's all the comments I have to make. Any other comments by members of the board before I poll the board on the motion? All right, again, the motion is to, as Jeff has made it and Peter has seconded, is to recommend to the council that we maintain our December 2020 position on not changing the subject property from MDR to HDR. And so I'll poll members of the board. Sean,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Peter,
Yes.
Joyce,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
and chair votes yes. Record will indicate the vote is 6-0.
Mr. Chairman, I think of all the votes that I participated on this planning board during my tenure, I think this is the one I'll probably remember the most because I feel so badly for Josh, but you have to draw the line, and I think you enunciated it perfectly, as did my colleagues.
Jeff, you have a comment you want to make?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I just wanted to take this opportunity before we adjourn to thank Mr. Skontras for his years of service to this board. It's been a real honor and a pleasure working with you. And to have somebody that can call something exactly as it is. You have that certain senior clout. That's been a real pleasure to work with you. It's not so fun being against you, but it's how things are. And yeah, just thank you for your service to our community. And I'm going to truly miss your institutional knowledge, the historian. I hope you are appointed the historian role and you can continue to advise us when we come to these very difficult times, because it is truly vital to always remember where we came from to help us keep focused on where we're going. So I want to thank you very much from the bottom of my heart for your service to our community, and hopefully you can continue to serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter, I talked about this from at the beginning of the evening. You and I go back a long way. We've known each other a long time. We've lived in Saco a long time. You probably a lot longer than I have. I don't know anyone who cares more about this city than you do. That's evident in everything that you do. All right. We have not always agreed, on how to proceed on things, but I think you and I have always respected where we're coming from, each and the other, all right? And so, as Jeff has just indicated, I can only express my personal gratitude in the time you've spent with us on the planning board. It's been good. It's been good to have you here, and we'll miss you. We will. And I want to thank you for your service. I really do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That means a lot. Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome. Sean, did you want to say anything? You had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo your comments and Jeff's comments. I saw immediately when I came onto the board last year, the value that Mr. Scontris brought to all of these conversations, both the historical aspect, his expertise, his thoughtfulness, his passion for the city. I'm not originally from Saco. I was the enemy that grew up on the other side of the bridge. I'm a Bedford, and I appreciated those 90s when I graduated high school of, every time we got some wins and you guys didn't. But being a Saco resident now, I can easily say that Saco is lucky to have Peter Scontris because he truly cares about the community. And, I didn't know anyone in Biddeford growing up at the time. I knew a lot of people, but I didn't know anyone that had the same passion, dedication, and altruistic attitude. He does this because he truly cares. He's not looking to get something out of it. And, he's a model citizen. He models the way for all of us. I do hope, like Jeff said, that he stays engaged with us because we might have topics that come up and his expertise, might be very beneficial and then stays engaged in the community. Because I think, every time he speaks, even if we do have a difference of opinion, oftentimes we learn something from it. And that diversity of thought is powerful to make sure we're making the right decisions going forward. So thank you, Peter.
I can't thank you enough. And I must say that I have regrets. I have regrets. And I know my limitations. And this has been a humbling experience for me. It has, and a learning experience for me personally. And it feels great that some of my former students, people I know in the community, have known for years, their families are participating in the process of government in the city, which is so critical, especially during this time when there are so many factors affecting every decision. And I just can't thank you enough for being patient with me and being kind and for your thoughts. I'm just thrilled, but it's time, it's time. And I know that. And I'm not going to take a seat and stop some younger person or someone who has the passion and wants to serve from having that opportunity. My best days in some ways, in some areas, are behind me, and I don't want to stand in the way of anybody because I see what you guys have done. I'm thrilled that Jody's on the council, Joyce and her family, and Sean. I've known his family for years. We have similar roots, and Jeff. I had his two sisters, and Jeff and Matt. I didn't recognize him when he shaved his head. I had to ask him.
I didn't realize I had people that I knew from second, my wife's friend or whatnot. And Peter's like, "Oh yeah, IOU. I know Matt. Yeah, sure. I got 4 people twice removed, and Peter's giving them IOUs up at the shop." I'm like, "You better pay him."
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob. For
Peter, that was going to be my comment to you is you and I, we came full circle from teacher through, I graduated with Carol Ann, had some, went to school with Nick, and now being able to serve with you in this capacity. It's a full circle cycle. And I'm honored
Thank
and
you.
proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. I'm honored to serve with you.
You know,
And I look-
there's nothing greater than the ties that you see in a small community between
Yeah.
people like this. There's nothing greater than that. It really isn't. You know, it's like every day I'm amazed at how small the world it really is. And I'm sure you're sensing that too. It really is.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
so, thank you again, Peter.
Thank you,
Best
Peter.
of luck to you.
Some big shoes to fill here, Peter.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Hey, I'm looking
Not
forward
goodbye
to
and see you later.
I'm looking
Yeah,
forward to
yeah.
you staying on top of things with the long range planning committee. There's no
Yeah.
reason why,
Well-
you know, your insight is not valuable to them as they move ahead. Okay.
If
Stay
I
on
can be,
that.
if I can be of help and use what I've learned and all that, if I can be of help and use what I've learned, the lessons I've learned about myself by being on this, I don't mind helping if I can, but I also understand that it's a young person's game, and that's life. But if I can be of help, and you need to call on me, I'll be more than happy to help anyone and give you my take on things. And I thank you very much. I can't thank you enough.
Appreciate that, my friend.
God bless you. I have to leave. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Thank
No.
you. Take care.
One other thing before we adjourn, just a couple of things. Just remind people, as Denise put out the other day, we have a joint meeting with the council on on May 17th.
Yep.
And that'll be interesting because we'll do some obviously some training during that time, but we'll see as the agenda develops if the council and the planning board will have an opportunity to discuss issues that we should be going over together and get each other's feelings on that. So I'm looking forward to that. The other thing I wanted to mention is that our agendas are getting awfully crowded again, Bob, and we're not looking at any significant workshop time anymore. But the issue of master plan developments in the PI district is back in front of us again, based on the council vote the other night. And Council Berman has been back and forth with me a couple of times on this, because Mike is obviously, trying the best he can to get up to speed on, hey, Don, what the heck is this all about? Okay, I need to understand. And so we've been back and forth a couple of times, but basically I've kind of made sort of a promise to Mike that, it's not going to take us 6 months to deal with this issue. Okay, Bob, you and Mikey have done a yeoman's job in developing, these new requirements and standards for MPDs, and I think they go a lot further than they ever did before. All right, the only thing I talked to Mike about is, we can make the standards better, but you guys, council, are going to have to decide where they go, okay, in the PI district. All right, that's important because you need to have a lot of consideration about where they go and what effect they have on the entire district. That'll come about. We'll work on that. But what I did basically is, unless members of the board you disagree with me, what I'd like to do is I'd like to, we can keep working on sprinklers as much as we can. We're probably going to have to set aside short-term rentals for the time being in our workshop sessions. We really need to get back to work on MPDs and PR, because I think Mike has made the point to me, and he's absolutely right. These may be the most instrumental things we can do in the future residential growth, of Saco, okay? While they're not necessarily infill development, they are development that could be an instrumental part, of broadening the tax base, getting more people to live in Saco, and all of that. And I agree with him completely on that. The last thing I said to Mike the other day is we need to do it right. That's the only thing, that's where I'm coming from. We need to do it right. And so what I'd suggest planning board members is, as we move forward and we get back into, Bob, trying to squeeze in some more workshop time, that we jump back on this issue and head it, take it full on, so that we can get something back to the council, in a reasonably short time. I've told Mike based on the work that Bob and Mike Eon have already done. I told Mike Berman I didn't think it was gonna take anywhere near 6 months, for us to get something back up to the council on this. And I'm hopeful that we can do that. Anybody got any thoughts about that? Or that's all I gotta say about it. I just thought that, I'd like to concentrate on that in our next workshop, is get back to that issue if we can. Not to completely set aside sprinklers, Bob, if we're close to a solution on that or whatever, but this seems to be, this is really important. The importance of this has come upon me, if you will. I've had a woke, if you will, the last, few weeks, a couple of months, that this is a really important issue and we ought to tackle it. What do you think?
And it is, and that's part of having your opinion of your ideas, where areas to focus. Whereas most of the issues have come through you guys, that area much better. So getting your opinions on the areas coming to us, we can all review it together. And as a collective group, planning board and council, being able to decide and determine the correct areas. Because it's an area that needs to be focused. It is the perfect area to address this. But you're right, we need to do it right.
Just to give you a couple of brief examples, Bob and Mike Eon have worked out the standards now, where they didn't before, have a provision for a minimum amount of non-residential that goes with the residential component. All right, that's important, because I think that was a big hole we had before. I got to be careful what I'm saying here, but prior proposals for MPDs have taught us that our standards were inadequate, in that, an MPD could become nothing but a highly dense multi-unit residential project without any component, that was supporting, helping the people living, in the development or whatever, because there were never any standards there for a non-residential component of it. Bob's got that drafted in now, in the PR district. That's important. Okay. What I'm saying to you, Jody, and I think what the planning board needs to consider for the council, and I'm not sure we're the right people to do this, but we ought to consider the whole PR district, basically from the standpoint of, are there places where we could inappropriately locate these things where it would really screw up, future commercial development of the district out there? Could the willy-nilly placement of these projects on different properties really mess up the landscape? I think that's a consideration the planning board has, the council has to have, we need, to coin an old phrase, nobody's making any more land. We've only got so much property out there on Route 1. How much of it, do we want to reserve for commercial development?
Right.
What Mike Eon was concerned about, he reflected it to Bob, he reflected it to me, is, the MPD proposal on PR, in PR, was tripling the density that was permitted before in the MU3. Okay. It was adding another 4 to buildings. Okay. And it was, allowing areas to go from 800 acres to 2,000 acres where they could occur. If you don't think some developers' eyebrows would have been going up on that, Mike was absolutely right. The eyebrows were going up. I can triple density, I get higher buildings, and I get, 3 times the acreage I can stick them than I could before. And what we became concerned about is City of Saco a year down the road going, holy crap, we've got 6 multi-plan MPD projects, on the table right now with 2,000 units. Okay, what are we going to do about this? This was a concern. And as Sean mentioned before, Sean was particular about this too. What's the impact on the schools? What's that doing to us? We just got to think about all this stuff. And so boy, I'm going on and on about this and I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, we just didn't want to fling the door open. You know, it seemed like, you know, the amendment that was going up to the council recently was like flinging the door open. Here you are with 2,000 acres of land on which you can produce, you know, dwelling units at 43 dwelling units per acre, you know, on 2,000 acres of land. Right? You know, it was a little bit disconcerting. Okay, and that's what, you know, that's what our reservations were about this. Do they belong out there? Absolutely. You know, but we got to do it right. That's all.
Yep.
Phew, I'm done.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm done.
Okay, well, we are set for the 6th. That agenda is already set. Perhaps we could shoot at maybe a no more than 2 review item agenda. If the board is open to another meeting in April, that means 3 instead of 2.
What a slave driver.
Or not. I won't complain if we don't, to tell you the truth. But if we wanted to meet on the 13th, that would mean meeting the 6th, the 13th, and the 20th. On the 13th, no more than 2 review items, and we'd include an hour workshop. So we could shoot it being, you know, done by 8:30 or something like that.
I know I keep harping on it, Bob, but I hate to keep losing that thread on our workshops, okay?
Yep.
Because I think there's so much valuable work that the planning board can do, you know, on individual items like that and send them up to the council. It seems like it's so, to some, it might strike us as being too piecemeal an approach. And we ought to let the long-range planning committee do more. But actually, you know, long-range planning committee ought to be concentrating on broad concepts. You know, what we're talking about is where the rubber hits the road. That's where the planning board recommends to the council, you know, how things should work. Because ultimately, when the comprehensive plan comes out, planning board's going to have a mess of work to do, you know, to make the rubber hit the road. You know, when density changes downtown, we're going to have to write, you know, the standards for it. You and us are going to have to write those standards and recommend them up to the council, you know. And so I think this workshop time that we keep spending every week or every meeting as much as we can is a valuable tool. I've always felt it's a valuable tool, and I think we need to continue that as much as we can.
And for the long-range planning, we are starting within the next couple meetings. We'll be getting into the meat and potatoes of it. Getting ready to jump right into those aspects, as you were just stating. And Bob can.
Yep.
So.
We're the next 4 meetings are gonna be fun. Housing, transportation. Yeah, I agree. Nuts and bolts type stuff.
Yep.
All right.
Thanks so much for indulging me in my soapbox tonight, folks. As you can tell, I'm a little bit passionate about this.
Well, we made good progress. I thank the board as always. We got through 3 items and I appreciate that.
Yeah. And as you indicated earlier today, Bob, I don't think Elliot figured that we were ever going to get, you know, in his territory tonight.
Yeah, he was on notice. He'll be up first time next time.
Yeah. Hey, guys, thank you so much. Appreciate your time and your effort. I really do.
All right, all. Thank you very much.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
Sleep well.